right, shalom, y'all. We about to get started.
All right, let's go ahead and get it. All right, I'd like to start this off by saying, Call halal Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. That's all praises be unto Yahweh. In the name of his son Yahushai. My name is Hayel, and I'm back on the San Antonio River Walk with yet another lesson, right? So, in light of everything going on, I think it is highly poignant, salient, and applicable that we acknowledge the disharmony of our people and acknowledge the prophecy that we will be brought back together as a whole nation, unified, both southern and northern kingdom, and we will be brought back into what we call harmony, right, or resonance with one another, where we no longer operate against one another, eye each other suspiciously, or run to side with our enemies in hopes of getting above our brothers, right? But again, I like to say Tawada Yahweh, in the name of his son Yahushai, for keeping us this week. In light of everything going on, the famine of the word is growing closer and closer, right? So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bring out a scripture in Amos 8, and then we're going to go to James 1. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. I'm not sure who's walking behind.
This is Amos, chapter 8 and verse 11. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord God, that I will send a famine in the land, not a famine of bread, nor thirst for water, but of hearing the words of the Lord. And they shall wander from sea to sea, and from the north, even to the east. They shall run to and fro, to seek the word of the Lord, and shall not find it. In that day shall the fair virgins and young men faint for thirst.
And that's the day we coming into right now. America's on the precipice of being destroyed, right? It's in ruin in every measurable way, except for being invaded by her enemies, which is coming soon. But one of the things that is now starting to happen is that they are starting to pass legislation the world over to begin arresting the men of the Lord who peddle this message, to wake their people up, let them know that they're Israelites, and to turn back and keep God's laws. They've already started arresting people in Britain. Right? Now, do we know what they're doing once they're arrested? No, but I'm not going to speak further into any type of torments because guess what? A lot of that's probably going to be done in secret. And it wouldn't differ from what they do to our people now, right? Because they're tormenting us in ways that we just don't see on camera, right? But they're already starting to apprehend people for dispensing this knowledge because this is viewed as extremism. To say that God only loves one people, to say that God loves his people, the Israelites, and he has still chosen them, despite everything that has occurred from the biblical perspective in the Torah, all the way up to the present day, right? But with that being said, let's go to James 1 and 1, because I want it to be readily apparent who this message is for. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go to Deuteronomy 1 real quick, and then we're going to go to James, because I'm going to drill home the point that this message has never been for anyone else except for the Israelites.
This is Deuteronomy, chapter 1 and verse 1. These be the words which Moses spake unto all Israel on this side Jordan, in the wilderness, in the plains over against the Red Sea, between Paran and Tophel, and Laban, and Hazarah, and Dizahab.
So you have Moses speaking the words of Deuteronomy unto the Israelites. Now the thing is, it's all the Torah. The first 5 books of the Bible. All of those books, right, were written by Moses. And they were written to the children of Israel, with no other nation in mind. Now let's take a verse out of the New Testament, in James 1 and 1, and we're going to see who James was writing to. trying to be extra careful because, you know, this is the part of my Bible that could just disintegrate at any time. So I'm trying to be real careful, right? But we have to make it readily plain to people that this Bible was written for the Israelites, and that's it. And it's a sad thing that our people, when confronted with that knowledge, they would much rather argue with you about how they feel it should be for other people, when the Most High God made it readily apparent through his servants, the prophets, that this message is only for his people. Salakia, all my pages stuck together. Right.
This is James, 1 and 1. James, a servant of God, and of Yahushua HaMashiach, to the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad. Greeting.
So James wrote his book or letter to the Israelites. Got time for the Bible today, brother?
I appreciate that.
All right, now says. But you've got James writing directly onto the Israelites, who are really blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians here in the Northern Hemisphere. And we're scattered to all nations under many names. The Zanj, or Z-A-N-J, which means black, or the Negritos of the Polynesian islands in Asia, or the Bantu descendant peoples, whether they be the Limba, the Ashanti, the Yoruba, etc. Right? Our people are called by many names, but we are Israelites all the same, scattered to all these different lands. And these verses, this knowledge, this heritage of the Bible is only directed at us. And you would assume that the recipients of this knowledge would rejoice that this knowledge is being made clear and plain unto them. That their God is raising up and rousing up the prophets to come back and give them fair warning once again before they are liberated from the land of their captivity. But Israel is a stubborn lot. Our people are a very stubborn lot. And as a result, they take this message and they cast it behind them, or they pull away the shoulder, and they say they don't have time. But if you ask them if they believe in God, they'll say undoubtedly so, I do believe. But when you ask them how do you serve God, they have no clue. But despite our people's hard-headedness, the prophets are still here, and we're still here to dispense the gospel to our people that they might wake up. So my voice is still cutting out. But they might wake up, return unto their God, and keep the commandments. Right? With that being said, let's move on. We're going to go to Baruch 3 and 6 through 14. Right? Because despite being in the hands of our enemies, we have begun to wake up. Once upon a time, we called ourselves Black, Hispanic, and Native Indians. Right? The title put on us by our enemy, the white man, who killed us by the hundreds of millions, who's still walking around on stolen land as if God don't see it and ain't gonna judge him for it. Right? See, we have to let our people know there's gonna come a time where the man you believe to be so mighty, the so-called white man, he's gonna be thrown down with great violence. And if you haven't returned unto your God and began keeping his laws and showing yourself a diligent and servant desiring of salvation, you're going to die here in the land of your captivity. You're going to die along with the same judgment that's going to befall the people that you believe truly got the Jews. And in this case, I mean the heathen. Because if you stray away from the knowledge of the Bible, your heritage, the knowledge that was bestowed unto the Israelites, then truly what are you gravitating toward? That would mean you're gravitating toward the ways of man, right? Because friendship with the world is enmity with the Most High God. But let's go ahead and get this.
This is Baruch 3 and 6. For thou art the Lord our God, and thee, O Lord, will we praise. And for this cause, thou hast put thy fear in our hearts, to the intent that we should call upon thy name and praise thee in our captivity. For we have called to mind all the iniquity of our forefathers that sinned before thee.
So the Most High God is putting it in our minds, in our spirits, right? To begin to recall who we truly are, to begin to recall our past, the old ways, the ways of our fathers. And of course, the Most High God has sent plenty of help. He sent the spirit of understanding in the form of the Holy Spirit. He has sent his prophets and his teachers and his healers and his helpers. All these things the Most High God has done for us. And he has also put it in our spirit, because when we go to sleep, as it says in the book of Job, that's when he seals the instructions within a man. So our ways are not even within ourselves. But the Most High God is sealing the instruction in certain individuals day by day to have them wake up and preach this word and go out to basically sow seed among our people, to rouse them up from a slumbering state and to waken them to their heritage and their destiny. Right? Let's keep going. Verse 8, behold, we are yet this day in our captivity, where thou hast scattered us for a reproach and a curse, to be subject to payments, according to all the iniquities of our fathers, which departed from the Lord our God. Now, this is a cut to those who say that we're free, blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, even though we were never taken out of the hands of our enemies, and our enemies never departed back to their own respective lands, which would be the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia. Right? But our enemies often tell us that we're free because, well, the Emancipation Proclamation, and I don't call you all the racial epithets that I have for you to your face. Right? But here we have a direct mention in Baruch 3 and 8 that we would be scattered amongst our enemies, where we would be subject to payments. See, a lot of our people don't understand. If you're subject to payments to your enemy, you are a tributary, or a servant or a slave. Tributary as a nation, servant or slave as an individual or group of individuals. Now, this is something that we have to keep in mind as we battle the wiles of our enemies, because our enemies are going to come against this word, and they're going to try to upset our understanding of this book, our heritage, in favor of cleaving unto their misrepresentation of the Bible, which says God loves everybody, which says God would love nothing more than invite everybody else, aside from the Israelites, right, into the kingdom of heaven. You have to understand, you need to study to show yourself approved, so that you can defend against the fiery darts of the wicked and the devil, because the devil has chosen children as well. And the chosen of the so-called devil, or the spiritual demon Satan, that people group are called the Edomites, right? Esau is Edom, right? As it says, I believe in Genesis, what is it? I think it's like 33 and 6 or something. Hold on, 1 second, let me grab it. I just want to make sure I got it. It's Genesis 36 and 8. But moving on, right? This is Baruch 3 and 10. How happeneth it, Israel, that thou art in thine enemy's land, that thou art waxen old, in a strange country, that thou art defiled with the dead, that thou art counted with them that go down into the grave. So this is asking a metaphorical question and a hypothetical question, right? How did all this come to be? How are we scattered like this? How and why are we in the hands of our most hated enemies? Right? These are things that our people often do not take stock of. They do not dwell upon or think about. And it also makes the comparison for the Israelites of being people in a grave. We are compared to corpses residing in sepulchres because we are bereft of the quickening spirit that gives us life, which is the wisdom of these scriptures. I'm going to go ahead and grab a scripture real quick in Proverbs 21. And just to let y'all know, today's lesson is pretty long, right? So if you want to take notes, feel free. But hopefully you're edified, right? This is Proverbs 21 and 16. The man that wandereth out of the way of understanding shall remain in the congregation of the dead. So our people are likened unto dead bodies because they lack understanding. And we see that same proverb that I just read in 21, and I already forgot the Proverbs 21, I already forgot the verse. But we already see throughout the Bible, in Ezekiel 37, the valley of the dry bones. We see the reference to Ezekiel 37 in Revelations 11, right? Where it talks about our dead bodies lying in the spiritual kingdom of Sodom and Egypt, right? Now, what kingdom do we know of on the earth? Spiritually mirrors and represents Sodom and Egypt both at the same time. Rigor, slavery, and homosexuality all at once. Pedophilia and sexual deviancy. Well, none other than America. None other than the kingdom of Esau, Edom. Because if you become familiar with how the Grecians and the Romans ran their kingdoms, there is really no difference, right? It was intra-war or intra-warfare between the Edomite tribes of who was going to be in charge, right? But they all basically represented the same things: having orgies, pagan worship, homosexuality, more so man on man, but the women were in on it too. Pederasty or pedophilia. All of those things and tenets are represented very well here in America, which is why you have terms like MAP here in America, minor attracted person. You have declarations of so-called sexual warfare, like the homosexual agenda of, I believe, 1982, right? But I know it was given in the 80s and it was read before Congress, where the homosexual manifesto essentially said that they were going to come for your kids. And we see in today's world, they've done just that and more. Now your children can go to school and say, you know what, I feel like a member of the opposite gender, go ahead and start me on some puberty blockers. And depending on the state you're in, your parents don't even have to get to say so. A state like California especially, right? So we're seeing America represent all of the things that the Bible said a kingdom, the very last kingdom in which the Israelites would dwell. This nation is representing all of those ills and nefarious principles, which is yet another way how we know where we're at and what stage of prophecy we're at, right? Moving on. Verse 12. Thou hast forsaken the fountain of wisdom, for if thou hadst walked in the way of God, thou shouldest have dwelled in peace forever. Learn where is wisdom, where is strength, where is understanding, that thou mayest know also where is length of days and life, where is the light of the eyes in peace. So in order for us to flourish as a people, as Israelites, we are implored to seek wisdom at the mouth of the Most High God and his prophets. We are commanded to return unto the ways of our fathers, that we might learn the ways of our errors and repent. But with that being said, let's get more of this lesson underway about how we're going to return to a harmonious state as a people group, right? Let's go ahead and drop back to Baruch 2 and 28 through 35, right? Because we went into slavery just as the Bible prophesied. See, this is one of the things that we keep trying to let our people know. Nothing is happening today that is not accounted for in the Bible. Right? Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? Thou says. This is Baruch, chapter 2 and verse 28. As thou spakest by the servant Moses, in the day when thou didst command him to write thy law before the children of Israel, saying. Now remember, I read Deuteronomy 1 and 1. And it directly said that Moses was speaking unto the Israelites, the children of Israel, the congregation of those who descended from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And here we have another direct reference to the target audience in which Moses was head of, governor of, and the spiritual teacher of. You have to understand, the first king in Israel technically was Moses. The same way the man known as John Hanson here in America was the president of Congress under the Articles of the Confederation. making him the highest official in authority in America at the formation of this nation, is the same way that at the formation of Israel, you had a man named Moses, recognized as officially the governor and king, right? So, you have the governor and king of Israel at the time directing his laws and his words to his people, right? Just want to call attention to things like this, because these are the daggers that our enemies, they try to sidestep or step over. When these plunge directly into the heart and sever them away from the Commonwealth of Israel as if they were ever connected to it. Moving on. Baruch 3:29. If ye will not hear my voice, surely this very great multitude shall be turned into a small number among the nations, where I will scatter you. For I knew that they would not hear me, because it is a stiff-necked people. Slack. But in the land of their captivities they shall remember themselves, and shall know that I am the Lord their God. For I give them an heart and ears to hear. So this is part of the prophecy. While we are scattered amongst our enemies, the Most High God would send his Spirit to be poured upon us to wake us up. And many of us would begin to have dreams. Many of us would feel a compunction in the spirit to return unto the ways of our fathers, and to keep the commandments as we learn them, and to fly the banner of Yahweh while Yahweh shine. And that is exactly what has come to pass. In the land of our captivity, we are beginning to remember ourselves, and we are waking one another up, beseeching one another to abound in the faith. Right? Verse 32, and they shall praise me in the land of their captivity, and think upon my name, and return from their stiff neck, and from their wicked deeds. For they shall remember the way of their fathers, which sinned before the Lord. And that's exactly, again, what we're doing. See, one of the things I found out today is a place called Israel Hill. It was a city on the same, I guess, the same tiering as Black Wall Street. Our people founded a city in which we knew we were God's chosen people, the Israelites here in America. See, once upon a time, it was no secret. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, we all knew we were God's chosen people. We all knew that we were the Israelites. But over time, we've departed from the ways of our forefathers. Now, of course, as I'm saying, that departure is far more recent than our enemies would dare tell us. But depart we did. And the Most High God allowed a brief period of silence for most of our people, although he always reserves unto himself a remnant who doesn't bow the knee to Baal or to any idol. But for a while, most of our people, we lost our way. But again, he has woken us up to our heritage. And now we begin to prophesy, to evangelize the gospel in the places of commerce and concourse throughout America, Canada, Mexico, South America, all over the earth. We're waking up in the lands that we've been scattered to, despite being in the hands of our enemies. Right? Going to 35. Verse 32, and they shall praise me in the land of their captivity, and think upon my name, and return from their stiff neck, and from their wicked deeds. For they shall remember the way of their fathers, which sinned before the Lord. And I will bring them again into the land, which I promised with an oath unto their fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And they shall be lords of it, and I will increase them, and they shall not be diminished. And I will make an everlasting covenant with them, to be their God. And they shall be my people, and I will no more drive my people of Israel out of the land that I have given them. So the Most High God is going to make good on his promise. And again, I'm going to make this distinction. That is exactly why we are out here. The Most High God has sent his prophets once again to wake his people up. Right? To give them warning.
from the mouth of God, that judgment is come upon the mound of Esau. Esau being who the world calls so-called white people. And it's not necessarily about your color, but they designate themselves as white, knowing there's nothing white about them. They're not physically white because their skin is translucent. Their blood shows forth through their skin. And their ways certainly aren't pure. And neither is their knowledge. So nothing about these people are white. But that is exactly why we have to make these distinctions, because many of our people don't know the difference. All right? Verse 35, and I will make an everlasting covenant with them to be their God, and they shall be my people, and I will no more drive my people of Israel out of the land that I have given them. I reread that to say this, right? This is referring to the new covenant that's going to be made between the Most High God and the Israelites. Whether you want to read Jeremiah 31 and 31 or Hebrews 8 and 8, the reference is all the same. And it's referenced in many more places throughout the Bible. But here's yet another reference that the Most High God is going to make a covenant with his people and no one else. And he's going to restore us and bring us back into harmony with one another as a nation. Right? Let's keep moving along with the lesson. So we're going to go to Deuteronomy 32 and 16. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? It says, and we're going to read all the way down. I think we're going to split this up, actually. So we're going to read to 21, and then we're going to cut back to 7 through 9. Right? This is Deuteronomy, chapter 32 and verse 16. They provoked him to jealousy with strange gods. With abominations, provoked they him to anger. So, when we departed from our heritage and began worshiping a white Jesus, or even the Jesus of the Christian church, because it don't matter what color so-called Jesus Christ is, he represents the tenets of so-called Catholicism or Christianity. See, the Christianity of the modern day and the Christianity in antiquity spoken of in the New Testament are completely different. Once upon a time, we were called Christians as a proverb and a byword. The same way that we're called black here, we were called Christian back in those days, because it didn't make sense to call somebody black as a derogatory term, though it didn't stop the white man. He still called us niggers, right? Acts 13 and 1, right? Where the original Christians at Antioch were called niggers. But it definitely shows that there's nothing new under the sun. Because just as they called us Christians as a pejorative, they then slapped that label on themselves to try to kind of cleave unto us and to join themselves unto the commonwealth of Israel through a new name, Christianity. That's why Catholicism, or to be a Catholic, means to be a universalist, meaning the gospel is for everyone. It's universally applicable when the Bible don't say that. But just like now, everybody wants to be a nigger. Everybody wants to be a bad bitch. Everybody wants to be a victim on par with us. See, now everybody's coming out waving their little white flags with their hat in their hand, shedding tears, talking about the hardships they go through. But they only say it loud enough to drown us out when we bring up all the wrong things they've done to us. But the Most High God is about to redeem his children and raise us out of this low estate. And the rest of you heathens are going to be left right where you're at, being niggas, right? But let's keep going, right? So we provoke the Most High God to anger, right? And in verse 15, Israel is referred to as Jeshurun, another name for the Israelites. And it talks about how we had become complacent in the blessings that the Most High God gave to us when he brought us into the land. And we began to rebel by worshiping other gods and disobeying God's commandments.
right? I'm going to reread 16. This is Deuteronomy 16 and 32 and 16. They provoked him to jealousy with strange gods. With abominations provoked they him to anger. They sacrificed unto devils, not to God. To gods whom they knew not. To new gods that came newly up, whom your fathers feared not. Of the rock that begot thee, thou art unmindful, and hast forgotten God that formed thee. And when the Lord saw it, he abhorred them, because of the provoking of his sons and of his daughters. And he said, I will hide my face from them, and I will see what their end shall be, for they are a very froward generation, children in whom is no faith. So to be froward means to be wicked. And the Most High God, through Moses, is saying that because of the turning away from the statutes and the commandments that we were given, the wisdom of God, the Most High God would turn his face from us. And he would watch to see what would become of us. Now, if you actually read Deuteronomy, you'll see God knew damn well what was going to happen to us. He knew we were going to be scattered into our enemies' lands. He knew that we were going to be abused above measure. Right? He knew that we were going to be slaughtered, seemingly without end, all the day long. But he also knows that in the lands of our captivity, we would come to think upon our iniquity. We would think upon our God and the wisdom that was given to us by our forefathers. And we would return to keeping the commandments. Not all of us, but a remnant. Right? Dropping back to verse 7 through 9. This is Deuteronomy 32 and 7. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask thy fathers, and he will show thee. Thy elders, and they will tell thee. When the Most High divided the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. For the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. So the Most High God, despite him turning his face from us, later on in this very same chapter, it's acknowledged earlier in the chapter that we are indeed God's portion. We are his people. And he divided us from the other nations. And the other nations have their own gods. They have their own lands. But we are the Lord's portion. And because we are the Lord's portion, the Most High God can command us how he sees fit. See, most of our people, they have a problem with authority. They don't understand that we've been paid for by blood. We've been bought with a price. And with that purchase, that included our compliance, our acquiescence, if you will, our giving in to the will of the Most High God, because who can resist it? Surely no one. But just as the seed of evil was sown in the heart of Adam from the very beginning, it has been inherited by all of Adam's children, which are the people you see upon the earth today. Because we all go back to the bottleneck that happened at the flood through Noah and his sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. But with that being actualized and realized, not just through biblical studies and prophecy, but through the observation of the peoples on the planet, we have to again acknowledge that the Most High God only has a chosen people. One chosen people, the Israelites, and no one else. Right? Well, let's move on. Let's go ahead and cut over to Isaiah 14 and 1 through 2. Because despite us being fractured and scattered, the Most High God has made it repetitiously clear throughout the Bible that the only people he even wants to choose or deal with are the Israelites. Y'all got time for the Bible today?
All right.
Got time for the Bible today?
No, we are in a hurry.
We'll be safe. This is Isaiah 14 and 1. For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob, and will yet choose Israel, and set them in their own land. And the strangers shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob. And the people shall take them, and bring them to their place. And the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord, for servants and handmaids. And they shall take them captives, whose captives they were,
and they shall rule over their oppressors. So the real Israelites are going to take their captors captive. Those who possess us, who exploit us, who take our children from us, who steal our lands from us, who steal our heritage from us. There's going to come a day, there's going to be a righting of things, the turning of the world right side up. And when that happens, the Israelites are going to take those captive, whose captives they were. And they're going to be in the kingdom as servants and handmaids. So if those who ruled over us in rigor are going to be taken captive, how are they then also going to be made equals in the kingdom of heaven? Food for thought, right? Let's move on. All right. So we're going to go to Ezekiel 7 and 20 through 24. Because our sins are the reason why blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians and the scattered Israelite diaspora abroad, no matter where we're at, very few of us are in the land of Israel. And even if we are in the so-called land of Israel, we are there as second-class citizens in less than fortuitous circumstances, such as the brethren who are in Dimona, Israel. They were located literally near nuclear power plants, slowly being poisoned. And one of the things that has happened with the Israeli conflict going on now is that a lot of the warfare occurred in Dimona, the very same place where our people were ignorantly lodging. When if our people dared to read the Bible as they should, they would know that they would be relocated to that land when the Messiah returns. There's no need to move back under your own power. And that's also another way that we know the people in Israel today are not the legitimate Jews, because they were relocated to that land by the Balfour Declaration of 1948. There was no Messiah, no divine divinity that came and relocated them. They did it through conventional means, right? As a matter of fact, they did it through the means through which the white man exercises his power the most, and that is through his money, right? But let's go ahead and get this. This is Ezekiel 7 and 20. As for the beauty of his ornament, he set it in majesty, but they made the images of their abominations and the detestable things therein. Therefore have I set it far from them. That ornament, you could view that as the tabernacle or the temple of the Most High. We perverted that. We perverted the law, statutes, and commandments, the heritage that was given unto us. Some of us tried to pervert it for our own gain. Some of us tried to pervert it for our own justification of doing wickedness. But we have turned it to an abomination all the same. And as a result, the Most High God has had to separate us from our power. He had to turn his face from us. And we went into perdition as we put upon ourselves, right? Because the Most High God gave us the stipulations of the contract, the covenant. Should we break it, curses would befall us. And we understood them crystal clear. Although we didn't understand the first-hand perspective of those curses, but we do now. And that is yet just another reason why many of us are waking up. And we're seeking God with everything in us, that these curses can be lifted and we can be set back on high. Right? Verse 21, and I will give it into the hands of strangers for a prey, into the wicked of the earth for a spoil, and they shall pollute it. So we see again a direct reference to our heritage being given into the hands of talkers and strangers, aliens and heathen, those who have nothing to do with the Commonwealth of Israel. See, the Most High God purposely had all these things happen because he said he would move us to jealousy with a people which are not a people. So you have to understand, in the eyes of God, these heathen aren't even real people. He looks at them the same way we look at an ant or a squirrel or a roach. Dare I say less than that, because shit,
If you read 2nd Ezra 6 and 54, the Most High God views these heathen as spit. Less than spittle. Because at least spit has a beneficial application where you don't have to keep going behind and trying to rein it in from destroying everything. So the Most High God has made it readily apparent that the only people he cares about are the Israelites. And because we transgressed, he punished us by putting our blessings into the hands of people who are not suited to receive them. And we see what the so-called white man and his cohorts have done to the earth. They've done everything in their power to destroy this place. You can't even get a damn glass of water for free. Everything is under lock and key unless you have money. Now I say that hyperbolically, but essentially in a short time to come, I will say that literally. Everything of worth, being food, potable water, basic necessities for living, will be under lock and key, or a digital lock and key, and you will need the mark in order to get anything to keep yourself alive. But to those of us who return and keep the commandments, as we've been ordered, the Most High God has promised he's going to take care of us. Read Isaiah 65 if you need proof of that. Right? But let's keep going. We're going to go ahead. We are going. Actually, you know what? We did everything we wanted. We did. Actually, we got a little bit more.
This is Ezekiel 7 and 21. And I will give it into the hands of the strangers for a prey, and to the wicked of the earth for a spoil, and they shall pollute it. My face will I turn also from them, and they shall pollute my secret place. For the robbers shall enter into it and defile it. Make a chain, for the land is full of bloody crimes. The city is full of violence. Wherefore I will bring the worst of the heathen, and they shall possess their houses. I will also make the pomp of the strong to cease, and their holy places shall be defiled.
And that has certainly happened. Today you have the nation of Amalek, the one tribe of the Bible, out of all tribes, all houses. Yes, you have the house of Esau, but you have the tribe of Amalek. Out of all tribes, the Most High God has only made one covenant or promise on his own name to remove a certain tribe from the earth entirely, and to have war with them from generation to generation. Meaning they're always going to be the term? The malefactor, or the antagonist to the Israelites. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to just reference it. I'm going to go ahead and grab it because it's in Numbers, or it's in Exodus. It's relatively early in Exodus as well.
This is Exodus chapter 17 and verse 16. Actually, verse 14. And the Lord said unto Moses, write this for a memorial in a book, and rehearse it in the ears of Joshua, for I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. And Moses built an altar and called the name of it Yahweh Nissi, for he said, because the Lord had sworn that the Lord will have war with Amalek from generation to generation.
So this is the only time that you see a literal monument being built to commemorate a promise by the Most High God to have war with a specific tribe from generation to generation. Now, I'm going to go back and read this one more time, right? Because you have to understand, when you're talking about the worst of the heathen, you're talking about the greatest of God's enemies, the most hated of the Most High God, and that would be the tribe of Amalek, calling themselves Israeli today, constituting the majority of Ashkenazi Jews on the planet.
This is Ezekiel chapter 7 and verse 24. Wherefore I will bring the worst of the heathen, and they shall possess their houses. I will also make the pomp of the strong to cease, and their holy places shall be defiled. Destruction cometh, and they shall seek peace, and there shall be none.
So our people, because of their sins, our enemies would rise up and overtake us and overthrow us. They would possess our land. They would take our heritage and claim it as their own. See, and a lot of our people don't even understand. It ain't just the white man or the so-called Christians that have done it. You have the Arabs who've done it through, although they call it a different religion, it's a parody of the Bible. Islam. Because Quran simply means to recite, right? And to be a Muslim means you submit. Submit to what? Well, to the will of Allah. Allah just means power or judge or God. But when you're talking about the Most High God, you have to mention him by name. And his name is dreadful among the heathen, which is why they dare not speak it. But God's chosen children, the Israelites, we speak his name proudly, Yahweh. Right? Let's keep moving on. This is Ezekiel 7:24. Wherefore I will bring the worst of the heathen, and they shall possess their houses. I will also make the pomp of the strong to cease, and their holy places shall be defiled. Destruction cometh, and they shall seek peace, and there shall be none. And that's where we're at today. There is no peace. Only destruction. Only war. Only vengeance. But our God is coming on swift chariots to deliver his children, the Israelites. Those that have repented and returned unto their God and keep the commandments. Right? Let's go ahead and go over to Luke 21 and 24. Right? Because Jesus Christ let us know that the people who would be occupying our land at the end of days would be imposters, right? They'd be pretenders. People who say they are Jews and are not. Let me get some water, y'all. Getting dried out by this air, man. This is Luke 21 and 24. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles, until the time of the Gentiles be fulfilled. And we're seeing that that time of fulfillment is very close. Again, that's exactly why the Most High God has sent his prophets out to these highways and byways to wake our people and to implore them to return unto him and keep his commandments. Hey, got time for the Bible today? Have a good one, Elder. But let's go ahead and go over to Lamentations 4 and 13 through 20. Because while our land is being occupied, we still remain scattered. See, because when the Romans sacked the temple in 70 AD, we scattered into all lands. Yes, over 2 million of our people scattered into North Africa and West Africa, but we scattered into Asia. We scattered into Eastern Europe. We scattered everywhere. Hell, the Roman Empire had Jakes in captivity throughout its entirety. In part of Europe, Germania Major, Germania Minor, Britannia, Spain, Luxembourg, all provinces of the Roman Empire. So it made perfect sense how the aristocracy of Europe throughout the Byzantine Empire would be our people after the white man got forced back into the cave. Because if you really want to be technical, we've always been the battery in the white man's back. Even if it's to our own destruction. We've always been the power behind his throne. Because the ways of the Grecians, we prefer the most as a people. Despite their ways being amongst the most wicked on the planet. Right? Got some people coming up. Y'all got time for the Bible today?
Not right now.
All right. That's it.
This is Lamentations 4 and 13. For the sins of her prophets and the iniquities of her priests that have shed the blood of the just in the midst of her. They have wandered as blind men in the streets. They have polluted themselves with blood so that men could not touch their garments. So we have the declaration again for our sins. All these things are happening unto us. For the sins, not just of the Israelites, but of our prophets. See, we've had many false prophets walk amongst our people. Whether it be people like Martin Luther King saying, I have a dream, or people like Hanani the seer, who said that the Babylonians weren't going to come upon us, that it wasn't going to be a lasting captivity. See, the Most High God has shown who the false prophets are again and again, and he's continuing to do that throughout the ages, including today. That's why at first, when we began bringing this message out in the 1960s, right, our elders, because again, as I said earlier, there's always been a remnant of Israelites, but the Most High God began to rouse up the tribes. We began to learn, and we were able to point to which tribe we were, more or less, right? Because some of us believe ourselves to be so-called black men, and really we're Seminole Indians of the tribe of Reuben. Some of us believe that we are so-called, I don't know, El Salvadorians, but really we're from Issachar, right? Because we are scattered within the lands to which we've been scattered. But the Most High God began to pour his spirit out on us and to rouse us from our deep sleep. And at first our enemies laughed at us, despite all the evidence that corroborated our claim, right? Despite having evidence on our side, they laughed at us. They jeered and they mocked. And then they attempted to confront and to debate. And then when that didn't work, now they aim to imprison, to silence, to destroy the Bible. Up in Vermont, they're already starting to burn Bibles. Throughout Europe and the Middle East, they're already starting to burn Bibles. And I'm sure throughout the Americas, they abuse Bibles on a daily, right? Because you have a lot of satanic people here in America who are literally part of the Church of Satan. And some of them just practice satanic tenets. But one of the things that they delight themselves in doing is destroying and desecrating copies of the Bible. But it's going to be made a matter of fact of policy to destroy the Bible. Which also is why I read it at the beginning in Amos 8, that the famine of the word is very near. And we're seeing the hallmarks that would usher in such a thing come to pass. Right? But let's keep going, right? I started at... This is Lamentations 4 and 15. They cried unto them, Depart ye, it is unclean. Depart, depart, touch not. When they fled away in wonder, they sat among the heathen. They shall no more sojourn there. So we said these things amongst our heathen oppressors who had us in their hands, that we couldn't return unto our land because it is defiled. It's occupied by strangers. Right? Verse 16, the anger of the Lord hath divided. He will no more regard them. They respected not the persons of the priest. They favored not the elders. So in other words, we didn't listen when we were being told, given warnings from the watchmen and prophets of the Most High God, that the Most High God was going to bring about a judgment on our people. See, we didn't listen, just as many of our people don't listen today. All right? You got time for the Bible, brother?
I don't gotta pick up a car.
All right, man. Be safe out here.
You said.
Verse 17, as for us, our eyes as yet failed for our vain help. In our watching we have watched for a nation that could not save us. So our people, they cleave unto the heathen who do nothing but exploit our people in attempts to better themselves at our destruction. And our people cleave unto them as if they are their life. And they have failed to receive comfort. They
fail to be indemnified or restored to their previous state before being destroyed. And they stand flustered and frustrated that we've been afforded no progress despite all of the advocating to our enemies for help and restoration. That's why you still got a lot of jakes out here running around talking about reparations. They're 40 acres and a mule when the white man has made it abundantly clear that he's not giving us a goddamn thing. But our eyes have failed, seeking after and yearning for a nation that cannot save us. Right?
They hunt our steps, that we cannot go in our streets. Our end is near. Our days are fulfilled, for our end is come. Our persecutors are swifter than the eagles of heaven. They pursued us upon the mountains. They laid wait for us in the wilderness.
This is literally the tale of Esau. Whether it be the Amalekites attacking us from the rear, attacking to kill our elders, our lame, our women and our children, when we were at our weakest with no water, or them pursuing us all over the earth, wherever we went, in the hopes of spoiling us, because it wasn't just the so-called white man. All the heathen nations have done these things. That's why to any of our people who are new to the truth, I recommend you read Psalms 83. Gives you a laundry list of God's enemies and makes it abundantly clear that we have no friends outside of the Israelites. Right?
Verse 20, the breath of our nostrils, the anointed of the Lord was taken in their pits, of whom we said, under his shadow we shall live among the heathen.
Got time for Bible, sister? So when it talks about the breath of our nostrils, or the nostrils of the anointed of the Lord, which are the Israelites, being taken in their pits, when it says the pit, it's talking about the land, right? Our pit or our land is our land of Israel, right? If you read the book of 2nd Ezra, it talks about the Most High God's favorite pit being the land of Jerusalem, or Israel, right?
Sorry, I didn't know.
Oh, you quite all right?
Sorry, man.
No problem. I'm out here to let blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians know that y'all are the true children of God. The Bible's written for you and to you. And to the nations who had us in slavery, get ready for yours. That's what the Bible says. If you're curious, come learn. I would love to teach you, sister, that you're a princess walking around here, that you go back to one of these tribes on this side. Are you Mexican by chance?
Really?
Are you Mexican by chance?
No, I'm Honduras.
Honduras?
Yeah.
So you're likely from the tribe of Zebulon. Are you familiar with the prophecy of Zebulon? Okay, so let's start with King Solomon. King Solomon had merchants that would come all the way from Israel to the New World over here. They would get gold and all types of gems. They had harbors and ports that are in Guatemala, in places near the Yucatan Peninsula. That's the haven of ships that Zidon shares with the Israelites. That's one of the ways that we know who you are. You're an Israelite, sister. I know G wants you to go, but I'm going to tell you, if you really want to know how to serve God, because you say you love God, correct?
Oh, no, I serve God. I go to church.
Well, how do you love Him?
I go to church.
That's not how you love God according to the Bible, though.
I go to church.
Read 1 John chapter 5 when you get home. To love God is to keep His commandments. How many commandments are there? How many commandments are there? You see how, like, I'm just asking easy questions. There's 613 commandments. They say there's 10. Now I ask you again, how do you serve God? Because you didn't know them things before I told you, right? That's why you need to come learn, sister. I'm here. I'll be here for 4 hours, all right? Y'all be safe.
This is Lamentations 4:17. As for us, our eyes as yet failed for our vain help. In our watching, we have watched for a nation that cannot save us.
And that's what we're trying to explain to our people. When we let them know that they're Israelites, we're trying to tell them that the so-called ways of Christianity that you believe in, you got that from your enemy in the church. Because the Bible tells you God dwelleth not in temples made with hands. That's Acts 7:48. And it's also in Acts 17:24. Because our people learn slow. So it had to be said again. See, that sister was actually interested. But I keep saying it. It's our elders who take us away from the word. More times than not. Our elders tell us, hey, they ain't got nothing to teach you. Meanwhile, that very same elder, if you ask him a question in the Bible, they don't know where to start. They don't know what prophet to reference. They don't know the very basics and the very foundational fundamental principles which comprise a diligent servant of God. They don't have the first inkling of where to go. But that very same elder will tug you on your shirt. They'll pull you by the wrist. Sometimes they'll yoke you up all together to get you away from this word. Meanwhile, they take you right back into the clutches of your enemies. And I say this, and I'm going to keep saying it. Most of our elders, with blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you are a disgrace. You've taught your children nothing but how to be better servants and slaves for the people who exploit you on the lands which they stole. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, you are the people of the Bible. You might want to wake up. So there's a sister standing there. I don't know if she's listening, but hey, on the off chance that she is, you know what I'm saying? Throw some miscellaneous barbs, and whoever they hit, if they holler, let them come up. You know what I'm saying? Hit dogs holler. I like hit dogs. You know what I'm saying? They're aggressive at first, but once they realize you ain't got nothing but treats for them, they calm right on down. But to the people who don't want to learn, who want to remain hard-headed and abstinent, or obstinate, not abstinent, right? Obstinate, right? To those people who just want to remain where they're at, hey man, sift yourself. One way or another, whether you remove yourself from this area, you stop your ears, don't matter to me, right? But as a watchman of the Most High God, I'm going to do my due diligence to let my people know who they are. And again, most of our people, they don't even stop to think, how the hell did this all come to be? How did this all happen? But the reality is, in the days to come, our people are going to be doing a great deal of wondering and thinking. They're going to try to figure out, why is their enemy coming down on them with great wrath? But see, during those times, it's going to be too late, because the time to learn is right now. You got time for the Bible, sister? Got time for the Bible?
Are you familiar with Psalms 183?
Well, what about 183?
Yeah.
I don't think there's 183rd chapter.
Yeah, try Psalms 183.
Okay. Wow. King James Bible?
Yeah.
Yes. So my Bible goes up to Psalms 150. That's the latest
That's
chapter.
it?
That's it. So what you want to say? Like,
As with the battle at Kishon, river Kishon, Wadi, they had become dust from the ground. So that means like their life cycle, they have a life cycle. And the evil is over.
I mean, that was just one battle.
It's a battle we can refer to though.
Okay.
That's what he gave us.
Okay. So what does that mean going forward? Are we still dung about the ground?
No, I'm saying the battle, we know that there is a ground, and we hold the manual and the map, and so we're a lot better than we started.
Okay. So before you go, how do you love God, sister?
I take the first things I hate about myself, like, oh, I hate it when I'm late, or I hate it, that I don't, where she's late, or I don't prepare well. So like there's a handful of things that I do, and when I'm done with the handful of things, simple things first, and I make it a habit, then I'll go on to another handful of things, and then once all of those things are done, my
This is 1 John 5:3. For this is the love of God. This is how you love God. That we keep his commandments. And his commandments are not grievous. That's how you love God. Keep his commandments. Do what he told you to do. How many commandments are there?
How many did they say there in that Bible?
613.
And which ones are you working on?
I keep all the commandments as best as I can.
Yeah.
The only commandments that we cannot keep are the sacrificial commandments. Because there is no temple to do sacrifice. So, are you Mexican by chance? Sister?
Yeah, I'm like fine. Yeah,
Why, are you Mexican or
no, not.
from where?
Yeah, we have family in Mexico.
Okay. So, if you happen to be a native Hispanic from Mexico, you would go back to what we call the tribe of Issachar in the Bible.
No, mine is the Solomon Ishmael. It's Amalek. Amalek.
Ooh, if you're I don't think you're Amalek, sister. That's of the house of Esau, the so-called white man. That's the
Anglo, I think.
Your father's a white man?
My dad's not. I'm not solid white man, but on my mom's side there is solid white man all the way over there.
Sister, you're very fortunate. You are
We're
who you,
Egyptian too.
well, you are who your father is in the Bible.
Yeah.
So if
absolutely,
your father's native Hispanic, that's what you are, no matter what you look
He's
like.
not Native Hispanic. He's not Native American.
Native American? Okay, well, they're on here too. So Native American, like from, say, like, I don't know, what tribe is it, you know?
What do you mean?
Because you have your
Just American, born and raised here, not Native Indian, just or Native American Indian, nothing like that. Just American all around.
well, you got to remember, America came after all these people were here.
Yeah, it's a very young country. It's like 600 years old.
So how could he be an American?
What do you mean, my dad?
Yeah, because you're fourth.
His people came from somewhere.
Well, and where'd they come from?
Oh my gosh, they came from everywhere. They came from Saddam Hussein, our cousin Saddam Hussein, our cousin Gaddafi, our cousin oh my gosh, there's so many teachers, so many clerics, we're a very old family. We have a lot of presidents in our family. Clinton family, we have a lot of old people. A lot of old people, a lot of old things happening all the time.
Well, if that's the case, then you go back to heathen.
Even
The people who are going to go into slavery for putting God's children in slavery.
it's Amalek. Ours, not Clinton. Ours on our side is Amalek. Because my father's pretty intelligent too.
Well, you got to remember.
Yeah, and they grabbed us by the neck, our lapels, and wear a collar, and straighten up, and like don't eat your food all by itself.
Northern or Southern Italian?
Sicily. So yeah, so
That's for
it's not Italy. It's like the Sicily and Italy. Some people call it Italy. Some people call it Sicily. Some people don't even make a determination that the two are separate, and one is coastlines and the other one is it's at the top of the food.
Yeah, again, sister, I recommend you do your research because
I
Southern.
know mine. I don't know anyone else.
Well, Southern Italy was occupied by the Moors, and the Moors were so-called Negroes, my people. Yeah,
You said Moors?
Moors.
Moors.
M-O-O-R.
Yeah,
Yes,
Moors.
Moors. Moor means black. So it was occupied by the so-called blacks, right? That's why if you look up something called heraldry for Sardinia and
Do you know
Corsica.
where from? I think I'm trying to remember. Where was that from? Where were the Moors from? They were from...
Well, you got to remember the Moors were a combination. They were mainly my people with Arabs mixed in
I think they were...
because they were Muslim.
I think they might have been... Islander. If we just have it just in my mind wrong. I want to read up again about it.
Sure.
I can't remember what references I used to use. It would be... are you familiar with some of the publications that are not too preachy, not too ceremonial, not too religious?
Now,
not
you would have to
not
research those. So there's a proverb here in America when the Italians first came. Because remember, when the Italians first came to America, weren't y'all treated just as bad as black people? Yeah. There's a proverb here in America.
They didn't like my dad either.
Well, hold on, I'm gonna tell you
That's
why.
just Vietnam.
I'm
That
gonna
was just the other day, like,
I'm gonna tell you why,
couple
Susan.
decades
Hold on,
ago.
I'm gonna tell you why. The Italians, there's a proverb. They say you have nigger blood. That's why they say that, because the Italians go back to us, the southern Italians in Sicily, and I believe, well, just southern Italy, Corsica, the little island in South Italy. Our people were in those areas.
Right, Corsica. That's right. That's right. It was like there was like a whole movie made out of some of those characters just to keep the history alive. I remember that.
Okay. But if you remember that, you need to check to see where your father goes back to. Because northern Italy would be so-called white people more times than not. And then you would likely go back to Amalek. So if you're Sicilian, chances are you go back to my people. If you go back to so-called black people, you go back to Judah. Right? But if you're black, Hispanic, or Native Indian in general, you're an Israelite. That's all you need to know. Keep the laws of God.
It was somewhere in the Bible with Amalek, like time of Amalek. I don't know. I can't remember. You're probably right. I'm just trying to fish out a reference right now.
Well, let me read this to you for Amalek real quick, because I know you got to go. Let me read this to you, because if you come from Amalek, you need to understand something. The Most High God has a bone to pick with Amalek. This is Exodus 17 and 14. And the Lord said unto Moses, write this for a memorial in a book, and rehearse it in the ears of Joshua, for I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. And Moses built an altar, and called the name of it Jehovah Nissi. For he said, because the Lord had sworn that the Lord will have war with Amalek from generation to generation. God hates these people. In particular. That he made a covenant. I'm going to have war with these people from generation to generation. And he would
But
have...
he didn't say that they couldn't learn.
Yeah, he did.
He just expressed dismay, right?
No,
I
because...
have to read it again.
well, you got to remember, the house of Esau entirely is supposed to be wiped out.
Yeah. They probably had to teach them. That's what it was. They had to teach them.
No, they're not being
Learn.
taught. They're going to be eradicated.
And
What book is that?
that was in Exodus.
That was Exodus, I believe, 17. And let me get you the verse. Got time for the Bible, brother?
I gotta go pick up my son today.
Oh, you good, man. Be
Book
safe
on
out there.
audio.
Huh?
Book on audio.
It's the Bible. I got the Bible on audio.
Okay. But this is Exodus 17 and 14. Just read that, right? If you're calling yourself Amalek, I wouldn't do that. Find out where you come
I'm not
from.
sure where it was now that I think about it. I just don't remember now.
Not your fault.
It's been a while since I had somebody that even asked about Jesus or anything.
Yeah,
It was a big stigma for a while. They're like, hey, Jesus, hey!
I understand.
It's like politics. It's rising east and something west.
This is the east right here.
Yeah. Okay, I know exactly where that now. I just got it.
But if you got more time, just come back. I'll be doing a lesson on the Bible.
Who is that? Oh, that's
I don't know.
Jefferson? Jefferson?
That's Juan Antonio Lugo.
Oh, okay. Juan Antonio Lugo. Okay. Lugo.
Probably another oppressor. Yeah, looks like another white guy. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to my lesson, sister.
He looks like my neighbor.
Be safe out here, sister.
I'm from around here.
Okay. Get back to y'all. So we gonna go to, let's get back to Lamentations. Let's get back to Lamentations. That's just bugged out, man. Let's get. Pray if that sister is of our blood, she repent. Ain't no hatred. Because I know a lot of our people are smitten with madness out here. You know what I'm saying? And I'm talking about those of us who seem like we got everything together. And you see how some of us are coping because of the hellscape that we live in. A lot of times, man, when you see somebody in private, man, you weep for our people. You've got Israelites
who still suck their thumb to comfort themselves. You got Israelites who are afraid of all types of benign things because of traumas that have been passed down to them. You know what I'm saying? So it's a very sad state of affairs to look over our people and to see how we are trying to cope and compensate because we are in our enemy's lands being abused. So I understand that sister might be out of her mind. She looked like she was looking for something on the ground. That's a hallmark of somebody looking for drugs, right? But, you know, if she knows she's an Israelite, at least she knows she's greater than what she seems to be now. And hopefully she can look into who she goes back to. She was claiming Amalek. I don't know why she was doing that. Maybe that's the only tribe of the Bible she could remember. But, yeah, definitely don't want to do that if that's not who you are, right? Either way. So, we read from Lamentations 4 and 13 all the way up until 20, right? So let's go ahead and move on to Jeremiah 17 and 3 through 4, or 3 through 5, rather. Because our people are lost and turned out. You know what I'm saying? Our people are out here lost. And a lot of our people just, they want to know the road home. But the reality is very few people know where to find it. Right.
This is Jeremiah, chapter 17 and verse 3. O my mountain, in the field I will give thy substance, and all thy treasures to the spoil, and thy high places for sin throughout all thy borders.
So, just as I said earlier, man, we lost our home, we lost our commonwealth due to our sin. How you doing, brother? Got time for the Bible today? All right, bro. Just know you a king, all right? You special. God bless you as well, bro.
This is Jeremiah 17 and 3. O my mountain, in the field I will give thy substance, and all thy treasures to the spoil, and thy high places for sin throughout all thy borders.
So the Most High God, through the prophet Jeremiah, is saying it yet again for our sin and transgression, right? Our land has been given unto the hands of strangers. All the high and mighty things that the Most High God has given unto us have been given unto our enemies. Again, we have to keep this in mind. It's because of our iniquity that these things are happening. We are not being brutalized by our enemies simply because the Most High God thought it would be a nice twist of fate or an entertaining little blip in history. This is all happening because we didn't hold up our end of the bargain. And as a result, we've been delivered into our enemies' hands until this day. Right?
Verse 4. And thou even thyself shalt discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee, and I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not. For ye have kindled a fire in mine anger, which shall burn forever. Thus saith the Lord, Cursed be the man that trusteth in man, and maketh flesh his arm, and whose heart departeth from the Lord. For he shall be like the heath in the desert, and shall not see when good cometh, but shall inhabit the parched places in the wilderness, in the salt land, and not inhabit.
So those of us who depart from our heritage and don't hearken unto the calls to awaken, we're going to be like those plants that are dried out in the desert and don't survive until the next round of rains come. But see, to those of us who trust in the Lord, there's a blessing for us.
Verse 7. Blessed is the man that trusteth in the Lord, and whose hope is the Lord. For he shall be as a tree planted by the waters, and that spreadeth out her roots by the river, and shall not see when heat cometh, but her leaves shall be green, and shall not be careful in the year of drought, neither shall cease from yielding fruit.
So to those of us who hearken unto these words, who plant our roots near these living waters, we're going to be a bountiful people by way of our wisdom. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? What tribe you go back to, brother? Well, what tribe in the Bible? Thou sayest, man. You gotta read it again, man. See, the Most High God always manifests exactly what we be talking about when we say our people don't hearken unto the scriptures. You know what I'm saying? See, our people, they're used to just throwing up the fist or saying, amen, brother. See, and that's one of the reasons why the prophets of the Most High God are hated. Because the prophets of God, they're not trying to hear words of affirmation or smooth words. We couldn't give two damns about that. Couldn't give a good goddamn, right? We want to see action and change. If you call yourself loving God, you need to know how to, in fact, love God. And if you can't even answer what tribe you come from, you don't know the first inclination about serving God. More times than not. Every once and again, you'll have somebody, you know, they came up under the way of the Christian church where they don't really go into who you are in the Bible. But there are some denominations of Christianity that do actually hold it important to keep the laws of God. But most of them say that the law is done away with, and all you got to do is say you love Christ. But see, when we really start bringing out how you love God, how you love another Israelite, people get uptight. Because the reality is, more times than not, they're not interested in serving God. They're interested in serving their own diverse lusts. And I keep saying it every Saturday. There's going to come a time where you're not going to have any interest out here anymore. The only interest you're going to have is trying to find enough food to survive. Right? But let's move on. Right? Because it's played up on tables. Right? We've been disconnected and discontinued from our heritage. And to those of us who return and trust in the Lord, we're going to abound in greater and greater acts, greater faith, greater and greater things to extol the name of the Lord for. But to those of us who depart, we're going to find ourselves cut off. Right? But let's move on. Let's go ahead and go to Deuteronomy 4 and 23 through 31. Because even though we transgress God's laws, that doesn't mean God forgot about us. Right? See, and that's one of the things that the heathen will often say. God has put away Israel. He's not dealing with them no more. But that's why I always make the comment to those who are naysayers. If only you read the Bible. Because the Most High God makes it readily apparent who he's dealing with, who he has rejected, and who he has set near unto himself. And nowhere in the Bible does it say the Most High God has rejected the Israelites, though he has turned his face from us for a season. You got time for the Bible, brother? Sure? Okay. So you believe in Christ?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I have a question. Does Christ have a favorite group of people? No? Okay. I'm going to read something. Because as far as your understanding, salvation is for all people. Okay. So we're going to go to Matthew 15 and 24. These are the words of Christ. If I can get there. So this is Matthew 15 and 24. But he answered and said, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So if Christ is saying he's only sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, who else is he sent for? I have a question. What else? Like, if Christ is coming to deliver the children of Israel from their enemies, right? Who are the enemies of the Israelites? Because according to Luke 1 and 68, that's exactly what Christ is coming to do. To save the Israelites out of the hands of all that hate them. Have you ever read Psalms 83? Where it lists the enemies of God by name? Now, what if I told you that what we call people today, like say you call a so-called white man white, who does he go back to in the Bible? He goes back to a group called the Edomites.
right? Now, I said that just to read this, right? This is Psalms 83:1. Keep not thou silence, O God. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, Come, and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee. Now I want you to see here, there's a list of God's enemies. You have Edom, the Edomites. You have the Ishmaelites, Moabites, Hagarenes, or sons of Hagar, more Arabs. The Ammonites, Amalek, who are these people? Do you know who they are today? So the Edomites would be so-called white men, Ishmaelites, the Arabs. Right? If you actually ask an Arab who their forefather is, especially if they're Muslim, they'll tell you Ishmael is my ancestor. But you see here, these are all enemies of God. So if these are enemies of God, and Christ said he was only sent for the lost sheep of the house of Israel, how are they going to receive salvation? It's a good question, right? But an even better question is, who are the people that salvation is for? And why do they need it? I want you to look at this sign. What do these people have in common? You have so-called blacks, you have your Afro-Latinos, and you have your Native Hispanics and Native Indians. What do we all have in common? Don't we occupy the lowest rung on society everywhere we are? We're in the ghettos, barrios, favelas. What if I told you that's a curse that we're under according to the Bible? It's in Deuteronomy 28. This is Deuteronomy 28 and 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. The curses are for a very particular reason. This is verse 46. And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever, because thou servedst not the Lord thy God with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things. So we're all a cursed people, right? When I read things like verse 16, cursed shalt thou be in the city, and cursed shalt thou be in the field. Curse is like if you get pulled over by the cops, they kill you in cold blood. Or how about you try to go to get a business loan, and the bank denies you just because you walked in and you were a little browner than they like. These are things that happen to God's children because we're in the hands of our enemies. What's up, brother? Right? We're in the hands of God's enemies. So we are treated like servants, although we are the children of God. We are the kings walking the earth. Before you go, I want you to know that another thing we have in common is slavery. When you talk about the transatlantic slave trade, what do you think about? Right. Do you have anybody in your family who does construction? Yeah, you're Mexican, aren't you? Yeah, you're from the tribe of Issachar. That's why I asked that question. I know you do. Because Issachar in the Hebrew means he who is hired. The hardest working people on the planet are who? Mexican. Hands down. But the slave trade was a lot like construction. They had a 40% margin of loss on every cargo delivery of slaves. So if you had 100 slaves on the ship, only 60 were going to make it. So if you have that margin of loss, is it economical to drive a ship all the way here and then take it back empty? No. What you would do is you would bring the ship, sell the slaves, and then get more slaves to take elsewhere. Whether it's to the west coast of Africa, because there are actually Puerto Ricans who are known as some of the Yoruba people over in Africa. And they know they go back to the tribe of Ephraim. They proudly claim it. But also our native brothers and our Hispanic brothers were taken to Europe as well. Y'all were known as an exotic commodity, right? So, I want to read this to you. Verse 68, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. When we were in Egypt the first time, what were we doing? Work, slavery, right? If you go to Exodus 20 and 2, Egypt is called a house of bondage. So this is just slavery, right? And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again. And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies, for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. In Hebrew, that word for buy is redeem. So after the Spaniard came to Mexico and subjugated your people, who came and bought you out of slavery? Nobody. How about black people in America? We're still here, right? Don't we pay taxes? Yep. So we're still slaves. All these people are still slaves. Now, we ask, who is Christ coming to save? The people who are in sin. The people who need to be reunited with their heritage. Because before you came up here, you would just think yourself a Mexican, right? Well, who called you a Mexican or a Mexican? Spanish. Before that, you called yourself an Aztec. And really, you didn't even call yourself an Aztec. That's what they called y'all because that's what they could pronounce. Because your people spoke Nahuatl, a broken dialect of Hebrew. That's why in New Mexico, y'all have something called the Los Lunas Stone or the Moonstone. Has the Ten Commandments in ancient Paleo Hebrew on it. Why would the Mexican man be speaking Paleo Hebrew? Because he's an Israelite. And we all have things like this all the time. That's why I'm out here.
Thank you for sharing.
Of course, not a problem.
You have a good one.
You too. Right? How you doing, brother?
All right, man.
I'm okay. Oh, I got some more food for you in the car. But so we're gonna keep going with the lesson. Okay, you wanna talk about that? Okay.
But as you say, you know, I told about my mom religion, so that I was like, I was trying to find this
Okay. We'll talk about.
Go ahead. So I'm gonna be here till.
But
Oh, I lost all my stuff.
okay, don't worry about it. I got you. Right? But we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna turn over to Deuteronomy 4 and 23 through 21. Right? Because though we broke the laws of God and transgressed, the Most High God has not forgotten about us. Right? This is something that we have to remind our people of. God hasn't forgotten about us. Even though sometimes it seems like He has. Because this world gets pretty damn dark. It's getting darker by the day. But you got to remember, God is in control of it all. And I want to read something before I read this in Deuteronomy. All right? We're going to go to Amos real quick. 3 and 6. This is Amos 3 and 6. Shall a trumpet be blown in the city, and the people not be afraid? Shall there be evil in a city, and the Lord hath not done it? So in other words, if you hear an alarm in the city, whether it be for bad or for good, God did it. God did it. And I know that is a very hard pill to swallow for people who are told God is nothing but hugs, bright rainbows, and unicorns. I know that is a hard pill to swallow. But you got to understand, these are proving grounds for God's children. And you can't prove anybody if they have a life of luxury. How do you test a friend? Through hardship. You might have plenty of money in your pocket. But just to test your friend, you might go, hey man, I lost my wallet. Can you pay for my Uber to get home? Man, that's gonna be $50. Yeah man, but can you get it? You're just trying to see, is this person really my friend? And that's when you see how people really treat you, how they really feel about you, when you have nothing to give them and you're asking something of them. That's when you get a real earnest answer, right? You get to see what they're really made of in terms of how they think about you. That's one of the reasons why we have to let our people know that God is doing the same thing for us, to see if we will keep His laws or not. And majority of our people, despite everything that's happened to us, despite us being in the hands of our enemies, they couldn't care less. You saw what just happened. I literally showed him God has enemies and that they have cut us off from being a nation. And his answer was, thank you very much, I gotta go. Not how do I serve God, how do I love God, how do I get this salvation that I say I want so bad. They're not interested in that because that involves work. People just want the good news. Go about doing what you want to do and everything's gonna be all right.
God loves you.
Yeah, God loves you.
Simple as that.
Yeah,
That's all you want to hear.
but the thing is, God does love you. And because He loves you, it's going to get hard as hell out here for you. Right? As a matter of fact, as long as we're saying that,
Yeah, but that's all they want to hear. Simple. They want the simple. You know, they don't want to put no work into it.
I'm going to tell you though, like, if I truly didn't have a heart to want to do what God told me to do, I can imagine how easy it would be to go back to the Christian church,
I could just envision how easy it is to be complacent, saying I love God while doing nothing for Him. Because it's easy to feel like you've done a lot when people tell you all you gotta do is say you love Christ. All you gotta do is pray, go to church, and that's it. But let's see how God loves His children. This is Hebrews chapter 12 and verse 5. And ye have forgotten the exhortation which speaketh unto you as unto children. My son, despise not thou the chastening of the Lord, nor faint when thou art rebuked of Him. For whom the Lord loveth, He chasteneth, and scourgeth every son whom He receiveth. If ye endure chastening, God dealeth with you as with sons. For what son is he whom the Father chasteneth not? But if ye be without chastisement, whereof all are partakers, then are ye bastards and not sons. And that's how you know if God loves you. Right? If you call yourself loving God and keeping His commandments and life is nothing but rainbows and good times, God don't love you. God don't love you. Because how are you improving? If the world is doing nothing but being at your back, pushing you forward, lifting you higher for doing the wrong thing. But if you do the wrong thing and you get chastisement, you get correction, that's God sending spiritual agents to go, hey, make sure he don't do that again. Hey, cut that shit off at the root. Don't let that grow. I remember the first time, I always tell this story. I smoked my first cigarette. The Most High God made sure it was a menthol, a Camel Crush. I felt like I was dying. I legitimately thought I couldn't breathe anymore. I thought I was dying. I have never touched a cigarette since. Because the Most High God, He made it like an electrical socket. The first time I tried it, it hurt me so bad to the point where I don't want anything to do with it. And now when I look back, I look at some of my friends who are my age, and they've been dead for years. I had a friend who literally, he died at probably about 32. All I saw was a rest in peace post online. He had always been a bigger guy, but you don't expect God to cut somebody down in the prime of their youth. But what does God say about your dietary restrictions? You're not supposed to be eating pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster. How about smoking cigarettes? You're not supposed to be doing that. How about drinking to the point where you get drunk? You're not supposed to be doing that either. Now, what if you make a lifestyle of doing it? Well, now you got judgment coming. And how do you know judgment's not coming next week? See, everybody says, I'll serve God when I'm ready. But sometimes God says, well, you don't got tomorrow. You had right now and you fucked up and failed. So come on back and see. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to leave it just with the penalty, right? Because God loves you. He takes you back to the spirit realm. You get your judgment. He tunes you up and you get sent back to try again. But we're at the last time to come back here. Chances are, if you died already, that's probably going to be the judgment. You have to stick with it. You got time for the Bible, sister? Your dog knows the deal. I know. I'm going to keep saying it. What tribe you come from in the Bible, sister? Exactly. So, and that's why her dog keeps trying to direct her back. And instead of just going, brother, why don't you tell me? You get mad. That's the hallmark of a simpleton, sister. I'm only here to help. And that's one of the reasons why our people killed the prophets. Because the prophets did nothing but tell them, hey, look, God is about to make a change around here. I would recommend that you get on your P's and Q's and do what God told you to do. But our people have that response more times than not. And I'm going to tell you, every week her dog does the same thing. She wants to leave and the dog wants to stay. And I bring it up every time.
I saw that.
Yeah.
They come back and just listen. That's
Yeah, just spend 2 minutes. I don't want your whole day. I just want, give me 60 seconds. Hey, I can work with that. Hey, here's your tribe. Keep the commandments. Bam. I planted a few seeds. If you want them to grow, you'll look up some, Hebrew Israelite stuff, or you'll come back. God can work on you in mysterious ways. But if you turn the shoulder and stop your ears, I can't do nothing for you. My abilities are at an end. Because a brother named Nehemiah, one of the prophets in the Bible, he would pull your hair and slap the shit out of you. He was a priest of the Most High God. But I can't do that. I don't have power here to do that. See, a prophet in the Bible, he could do stuff like that. And the people would just have to hold that because they know not to fuck with a prophet. Because God could send a swift judgment to protect his prophet. So people were very wary about how they dealt with the prophets. But in a lawless land like America, don't nobody care about us. But that's why the Most High God has made this word free. All you got to do is just walk up and get it. That's why when judgment comes, there will be no excuses. Right? But let's get back to Deuteronomy. We're going to read 4 and 23 through 31. Right?
This is Deuteronomy, chapter 4 and verse 23. Take heed unto yourselves, lest ye forget the covenant of the Lord your God, which he made with you, and make you a graven image, or the likeness of anything which the Lord thy God hath given thee, or hath forbid thee. Salaki. For the Lord thy God is a consuming fire, even a jealous God.
So what this is saying is, hey, look, take warning to whom you give your allegiance. When you call yourself practicing a religion, be careful. Because say you love God. And I ask you, okay, well, do you love his son? You say, yeah. And I ask you, what's his name? And you say, Jesus Christ. So now I got to see. Are you talking about Jesus Christ, the white man? Or are you talking about, even though you might call him the wrong name, are you talking about Yahushua? Because I can correct the name. That's easy. But correcting, oh, here we go. It's cool, bro. They probably here for me. Nothing happened, though, so I don't know what's going on. But, because a lot of times, a lot of our people, they believe that they're serving God, but for the most part, they don't know how to serve God. So they're serving what they believe to be God, which is their idol, right? So, I'm going to reread this. Take heed unto yourselves, lest ye forget the covenant of the Lord your God, which he made with you, and make you a graven image. So in other words, remember the covenant that the Most High God made with you as an Israelite, and be sure that when you go to serve God, you don't make a graven image. When, like some of our people, they have crosses around their necks. That's a graven image. Because say if you had somebody in your family who died by, say they got stabbed to death, would you want to see me with a golden knife around my neck? No. Because you know that makes no sense in terms of worshiping the true God. You a king, brother. Just remember you special, all right?
Or the likeness of anything which the Lord thy God hath forbidden thee. For the Lord thy God is a consuming fire, even a jealous God. When thou shalt beget children, and children's children, and shalt have remained long in the land, and shall corrupt yourselves, and make a graven image, or the likeness of anything, and shall do evil in the sight of the Lord thy God, to provoke him to anger. I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day, that ye shall soon utterly perish from off the land whereto ye go, over Jordan to possess it. Ye shall not prolong your days upon it, but shall utterly be destroyed.
And that's exactly what's happened to our people. Because even when we were freshly put back in our land, or put in the land for the first time, the land of Israel, we didn't even kill all the people God told us to get rid of. The Canaanites, we allowed some of their tribes to live with us. What happened to us later on down the line? We started marrying their daughters, and they told us, hey, we got these gods for you to serve. So now all of a sudden, some of our people are being raised in households, children, and being taught the gods of these heathen. Some of our people are defecting and serving their gods. You see how the moral hazard came to bite us in the ass. So that's why we were told to not forget who we are. We were told to be wary of who we serve when we come to serve God. Right?
And the Lord shall scatter you among the nations, and ye shall be left few in number among the heathen, whither the Lord shall lead you. And there ye shall serve gods, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see nor hear, nor eat nor smell.
Now I have a question. What are some of these idols? We know the cross. What's another one? What's the one made of stone? Are you familiar with Islam, the Kaaba stone? Hey, y'all believe in the Bible? So in Islam, you have something called the Kaaba stone. It's a stone they believe fell from heaven, a meteorite, and they built like a shrine over it. And basically, people make pilgrimages all the way to Mecca to kiss the stone. People get herpes from it. People get all types of staph infections. Because you got to think, if you've got millions of people touching and kissing this rock, It's going to be all sorts of filthy and contaminated. But that's an idol. And then so you've got the two most popular idols on the planet. You've got the cross and the cobblestone. And literally, it says that we would serve the work of men's hands made of wood and stone. Now you see how God was literally giving us the answer. Because the Most High God, he sees things from backwards and forwards and forwards and backwards. He doesn't see things how we do. And he tried to give us an answer like, hey, you might not see it coming, but I do. So when you see a cross or an idol made of wood, don't worship it. When you see the nations making idols of stone, don't worship them. But because our people turn away from the book entirely, how else are they supposed to know about these things? And now you see why so many of our people, they fall face first into it, and they can't get at it, right?
But if from thence thou shalt seek the Lord thy God, thou shalt find him, if thou seek him with all thy heart and with all thy soul.
So if we seek the Most High God, we'll find him. I'm going to tell you, I found the Most High God the same way most of us find God. We pray to the Most High God by a name that we don't understand. We usually just call him God. We're desperate. And we go, God, just show me the way. Show me the truth. You're finally ready. How does the proverb go? When the student is ready, the teacher appears. When you're finally ready to get the truth, that's when God will send it. But what if you're not ready and it comes? See? A lot of our people, they walk by here and they're thinking it's just some black guy. Or it's a group of black guys. Or it's some Mexican guys. Some cholos. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to think, a lot of us are ex-drug dealers, ex-drug users, ex-pimps, ex-gangsters, ex-cons. Who was Paul in the Bible? Paul was killing the Israelites. His name was Saul until he was knocked off the swords. He had a vision of Christ. And it repurposed him as a spiritual vessel for this truth to dispense the gospel. And from then, he was instrumental in giving the gospel to who you would call a Gentile. But the thing is, they were Israelites scattered to all these different lands. But I said that to say this. God uses the simple things of this world to confuse the things that are mighty. People in high places, they find this very hard to understand. And when it's explained to you, isn't it kind of simple?
Yes.
It's like, damn, this is easy. Why didn't I see that before? I say that all the time when I read the Bible. And then I'll reread something and I'll realize, damn, I didn't see that either. Why didn't I see that before? But when you're talking about the people who are never given this understanding, they can read this book backwards and forwards, upside down, inside out. They still can't figure it out because God isn't dealing with them like that. Just simply put, right? But is that all I needed there? Till 31? Cool.
Verse 30. When thou art in tribulation, and all these things are come upon thee, even in the latter days, if thou turn to the Lord thy God, and shalt be obedient unto his voice, for the Lord thy God is a merciful God. He will not forsake thee, neither destroy thee, nor forget the covenant of thy fathers, which he sware unto them.
So we're often told that God is no longer dealing with the Israelites. But we just read in Deuteronomy chapter 4 that if we turn back on to God and we keep his commandments, God is merciful. And he'll remember us, and he will remember the covenant, and he will be a guard unto us. He will be our help in our day of affliction. That is that's another reason why we keep trying to tell our people, come back to your God. Come back and serve while you have time to distinguish yourself as a good servant. Because there's going to come a time where you don't have an opportunity to do that anymore. That time is really close, man. It's really close. But let's go ahead and roll over to John 13 and 33 through 35. Right? Because, actually, no, that's for later. We're going to go to Deuteronomy 31 and 16. I forgot I switched over. That has nothing to do with what I want.
This is Deuteronomy 31 and 16. And the Lord said unto Moses, Behold, thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, and this people will rise up and go a-whoring after the gods of the strangers of the land, whither they go to be amongst them, and will forsake me, and break my covenant, which I have made with them. So here we have the Most High God prophesying through Moses. He's saying there's going to come a time where the Israelites that you're teaching, face to face, hand to hand, they're going to forsake me anyway. And they're going to serve after strange gods in the lands that they're scattered to. Right? Then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured. So, we didn't just start serving other gods when we were scattered.
Would it be in here?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Would it be in here?
Is that New Testament only?
New Testament only?
Actually, you know what? I got a Bible just sitting right here, man.
Okay, cool. I'll just borrow this one.
Yeah, you good. Right? We're in Deuteronomy 32. Actually, we're in 31. Deuteronomy 30. Right. But our people, we started transgressing, as I was explaining to Brother Ernest, when we were freshly put in the land. See, after men like Moses, Joshua, Gideon, Samson, Ehud, the judges of Israel, every time they would die and the elders that served under them, our people would turn to idols and go a-whoring. And then we would be put in a low estate, and then we would have to beseech the Most High God to come save us again. And that's exactly where we're at now. Cool, you got it?
31, right?
Yes, 31, and we'll start at 16. This is Deuteronomy 31 and 16. And the Lord said unto Moses, Behold, thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, and this people will rise up and go a-whoring after the gods of the strangers of the land, whither they go to be amongst them, and will forsake me, and break my covenant, which I have made with them. Then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured, and many evils and troubles shall befall them, so that they will say unto in that day, Are not these evil come upon us, because our God is not amongst us? Now you would assume that's what we would be doing right now. Damn, we're in slavery right now because our God isn't with us. But more times than not, our people, they don't even notice. They're like, damn, I need to clock in. Damn, I gotta go pick up a car. Damn, I gotta go get my kid. Damn, I gotta go get something to eat. Gotta get a movie. Gotta go do something. Everything but come back to your God, right? Verse 18, And I will surely hide my face in that day for all the evils which they shall have wrought, in that they are turned unto other gods. So the Most High God said, hey, look, because my people want to turn away from me, in the day that you do that, I'm going to hide myself from you. So when you finally look around and go, damn, I'm in hell, God's going to be like, oh, do tell. And he's not going to come immediately save you. When you have children. When your children got in trouble, didn't you want them to explain what they did wrong?
Yep.
Yeah. Because what's the purpose of me yelling and screaming, hitting and all that, if you don't know what it's for? And that's what happens a lot of times. The young people don't even know why they're in trouble. And that's what's happening with us in a spiritual sense, because we're all children to God, right? All the Israelites, we're just little children to him. And the Most High God is trying to get us to admit what we've done wrong. And until we realize what we've done wrong, he keeps sending reminders to steer us along the way so that we get the whole picture and go, wait a minute, we're in slavery because we didn't serve our God. We didn't keep his commandments. So we fell up under the curses of Deuteronomy 28. That's why we always start there, by the way. Because we have to remind our people, there's a reason why all these people on this sign are in the same condition. Because we all do the same things. We break God's laws. Right? But, let's keep going. Verse 19. Now therefore, write ye this song for you, and teach it to the children of Israel. Put it in their mouths, that this song may be a witness for me against the children of Israel. For when I shall have brought them into the land which I swear unto their fathers, that floweth with milk and honey, and they shall have eaten and filled themselves, and waxen fat, then will they turn unto other gods, and serve them, and provoke me, and break my covenant. And it shall come to pass, when many evils and troubles are befallen them, that this song shall testify against them, as a witness, for it shall not be forgotten out of the mouths of their seed. For I know their imagination, which they go about even now, before I have brought them into the land which I have sworn.
So the Most High God is saying, hey, look, man, I know what's going to happen. Not only do I know what's going to happen, I know they're plotting rebellion even now. Even though they're sitting there going, yeah, all praises to the Most High God. Yeah, go Israel, Kwam Yasharala. A lot of our people do that. And I'm talking about people who call themselves Hebrew Israelites, wear the fringes, but catch them outside of wearing their fringes. Say you catch them at the club. They smoking, they got hoes, they eating pork, they're having sex and not treating that woman as their wife, because sex is marriage. You see what I'm saying? So you got whoremongering, you've got drunkenness, you've got fornication, you've got uncleanness of, basically eating pork, abominable behaviors. But that person will tell you, hey man, I love God and keep the commandments. You got to understand something. God knows the difference when you're really about doing this work and when you're not. And you're not going to fool the Most High. And I say that more than my camera. I know I'm looking at my brother. I'm glad he's here. But I say this to any Israelite. If you come to serve the Lord, you need to do so with 100% of all you got, man. Because we ain't got much time left. And I'm going to tell you, I've only been teaching for about three years. Basically, if I had a job, I would be made a shift manager at this point, right? That's barely entry level. I've barely done any work. So I throw myself on the mercy of the court when it comes to the Most High God and his judgment, because I haven't certainly proven my righteousness in any regard, because I lived a lot more years being wicked than I have being righteous, or some semblance of righteousness, right? You got time for the Bible, brother?
No,
Just know you're a king, all right?
Yep.
Be safe. But let's keep going. So we gonna go ahead and bounce over. We just did 31. Yeah, this one. So we gonna go ahead and go to Leviticus 19 and 11 through 18. Actually, I'm gonna have to read that on the phone. Yeah, that's how much you follow. That's in the Torah, the first 5 books. So that's in the Old. Yeah, it's going to be near the front of the Bible. Yeah, good. And I'm going to order you a new Bible. I want you to keep that one until I bring the other. Yeah, you good? So one of the things that I want to go over is I want to go over how do we love each other according to the law. Leviticus 19 and 11. And we're going to read all the way to verse 19 as well. Right? Because a lot of people talk about loving each other according to the law of God, but they don't even understand that literally in the law, it tells us how to deal with one another. Right? So let's read some of it. This is Leviticus chapter 19 and verse 11. Ye shall not steal, neither deal falsely, neither lie one to another. Now, I want to fixate right here. Can you imagine if blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, we didn't steal from each other, we didn't lie to one another, and we didn't deal falsely with one another? How much better off we'd be together. We'd love each other, right? We could be honest with one another. I could tell my brother, hey man, I'm not doing so good. And my brother doesn't look at that as an opportunity to get the better of me. Because that's one of the problems we have now, especially in the black community. If you admit that you're down on your luck, prepare to get roasted by everybody. And I'm talking about people who say they love you every day. All of a sudden they got everything negative to say. And then they say it's out of love. No, it's not. That's how you really feel. You just know I can't do nothing to you about it. You know what I'm saying? Verse 12. And ye shall not swear by my name falsely, neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. I am the Lord. How many of our people walk amongst us saying, in the name of God, I'm coming to say I'm doing charitable works, and I need $1 million in the name of God. I need a private jet in the name of God. People like Joel Osteen, T.D. Jakes, these are multi-mega millionaires in the name of God, but they do nothing by the book. They do nothing by God's judgments or his commandments. That couldn't happen if you didn't swear falsely in the name of God. Now we're starting to kind of get a slight picture of what it means to truly conduct yourself in love according to the law, right? Verse 13, thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him. The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night until the morning. So I want this to be made crystal clear. We're not supposed to rob each other. We know that. We're not supposed to steal from each other. You're not supposed to deny somebody their wages to the extent, say, you hire me to cut your grass, and I come and I cut your grass. You're supposed to literally pay me on the spot. Now, what if I work for Amazon as a driver, and I get paid, say, $20 an hour, and I work 10 hours that day? That means at the end of that day, you're supposed to hand me $200 that day. Now, how do they conduct business here in Babylon? You gotta wait a week, 2 weeks, sometimes a month, depending on how the pay cycle works. Now, anybody who works here in Babylon knows the longer your pay cycle, the more careful you gotta be with how you spend your money. Because say you get paid and you overpay on all your bills and you don't leave enough for groceries. Well, the people you paid your bills to are gonna give you that money back and go, oh man, it's cool. They're gonna go, nah man, that's your bad. You better get used to being hungry for 2 weeks. But that's the nature of where we're at, in the hands of our enemies. See, they don't have these values here in the Bible. This is how we're supposed to conduct ourselves, by the laws of God. Again, this is what real love is. That's why when Yahushua or Christ was saying that we're supposed to love one another, he was referring to this law right here. And we're going to get to the big one. It's in 19, 16, and 17, right? But verse 14, thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shalt fear the Lord, or fear thy God. I am the Lord. So we're not supposed to be making life harder for one another either. This is not literal. Like if you know somebody who's blind and you throw a rock at his way so he trips. You're not supposed to do that. But say you know somebody who has a drinking problem. You're not supposed to be like, hey, you want to get some drinks? Knowing they're trying to get, off the wagon, not get back on. You see what I'm saying? If you know somebody has an issue with infidelity and, committing fornication, don't take them to the strip club. That is not the best idea, okay? You know what I'm saying? Say if you have somebody who has an issue with homosexuality, you shouldn't be tempting them and taking them places where they have to resist that temptation. So this is another way that we love one another. We recognize the limitations of one another, and we help each other keep God's laws. Now again, if blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians did these things, we'd be unstoppable. But because we do none of these things, we never even get a chance to get off the ground. We're divided. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people keep trying to say like, well, we could just come together. No, we can't. Because we come together under the laws and the ways of this world. And that breeds contempt amongst us. Because we have a history. Like I say this all the time. One of the things that I know our Hispanic brothers hate about us, especially our brothers from Mexico, is how they stuck their necks out for us during slavery. And they granted us amnesty if we can get across their border. And now, the descendants of those very same people who took that hospitality opened their mouth to call our Mexican brothers traitors and that they're taking all the jobs. Well, how the hell does a Mexican take all the jobs in his own land? Aren't those his jobs to begin with? Yes. But our people don't understand who they are, their history, and the laws we're supposed to govern ourselves with. And as a result, we're at each other, not seeing the enemy who puts us in the same bucket and then starves us both of resources. So we both don't have enough. So now in my mind, I'm going to take from you to have enough, and you say I'm going to take from me to have enough. When really, we need to come together and get out of the bucket. Right? But moving on. Verse 15, ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty, but in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. So we're not supposed to be saying, hey, this person, he's rich, or he's an athlete, or she's so beautiful and she's so ugly. Everybody's supposed to receive the same judgment. One of the things you notice here in America is you notice a lot of people have an absence of character. A lot of people, like, when they're given the opportunity to steal or to take advantage of people, they do it simply because they don't have any real character. And a lot of people, they're banking on their money, they're banking on their looks or their reputation. But to those of us who are of no, reputation, nobody knows who we are for good or for bad. We're not rich, we're not tall, we're not beautiful, we're just regular people. If you dare to open your mouth and say something constructive, what do people say to you? They usually go, who is this nigga? Right? They usually go, man, who are you? Why are you telling us what to do? Who are you? But see, this is how we're supposed to be doing judgment. It's supposed to be what God said, not about what we say. And if God says something, it don't matter how you look, how much money you got in your pocket. Because the book of Job lets you know God can turn it all upside down in a moment. He can take everything from it, right? Verse 16, thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people, neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am the Lord. Now this is the big one, because it talks about your neighbor. Who's your neighbor? Well, it lets you know later on, right? Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people, neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am the Lord. So when it talks about thy people, that means people of your own tribe, another Israelite. So what if it's a so-called Moabite, a Chinese man? This doesn't extend to him. But how about if he's your servant? Should you just go out of your way to do harm to him, do wrong to him? No. Because you're only supposed to do harsh things to a servant when they deserve it. Didn't it tell you to judge righteous judgment among your people? That includes the people who you put under you. They still got to abide by the laws of your land. They still say I own an orchard, right? And you have your plantation and you have some Edomite slaves. And you treat your slaves great. You know what I'm saying? You don't like hitting them or whatever, except for if they're wicked. And they come over to my plantation to buy some things from mine, because I have some resources that you don't have. I'm not going to go out of my way to treat them like they're not anything. You know why? Because they're your servants. They bear the insignia of your house. I come from the house of Ernest. And though I'm not of his blood, I am of his house. And there's a certain degree of honor that comes with that. And I have to respect that. Now, what if they come over to my business and they start stealing and start making, a fuss, making a ruckus? I can defend myself within reason, but I got to let you know, and you got to take care of that, because that's your servant. I'm not supposed to be going out of my way to try to give them the maximum penalty. There's rules and there's order to how we do things. You know what I'm saying? And we're also not supposed to stand against the blood of our neighbor. So what if I saw the cops come up here and they pinned you to the ground and put a gun to your head? What am I supposed to do? Even if it means me dying, I have to try to get them to not kill you. I have to defend my people. Now, I'm not going to try to break you loose so you can run away, you know what I'm saying? But I gotta let it be known, I can't let you kill my brother like that. You remember, what was his name? Damn, you remember the guy who had the knee on his neck? Okay, well, there was a brother where a cop literally put his knee on his neck. Yeah. And he was crying for his mama and everything. Did you know that there were black people sitting there filming it? And they didn't do anything? They just said, man, that's wrong, don't do that. The Bible literally just says, neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am the Lord. Or in the NLT, do not stand idly by when your neighbor's life is threatened. I am the Lord. You're supposed to get involved, even if it means you getting a little bit of the judgment too. Because even if it means dying, I am to obey God rather than man. This is what love is in the Bible. Because what if, when I see my Mexican brothers being oppressed, I stand up and go, hey, that's not right. I'm going to defend my brothers. What if we all did that? The white man, you know what he's doing now? He's trying to bring in Venezuelans and other Southern Americans or Central Americans to replace our Mexican brothers. But what if they stood up and said, hey, man, that's not right. We're not coming to help you out. And then when they turn to black people, hey, we're not helping you either. And then when they come back to our Mexican brothers, hey, we're not helping you. Then what? Well, they have nowhere to go. You see how it creates solidarity when we stand together, when we defend each other? This is what the love in the gospel is really about. This is the love that Christ was talking about when he said that he came to bring no new commandment. But then he gave 2 commandments on which all the law hangs. All 613 laws hang on you loving God and loving one another. Because if you love God, guess what? You're not going to worship an idol because you love God, right? It's easy to not put another God before the Most High if you love him. It's easy to not steal from me if you love me. You see what I'm saying? That's why Yahweh Shai said on these 2 commandments hang the rest of the law. Now, you'll have a lot of people tell you that, well, Christ meant that all the rest of the law is gone. You just got to do those those 2 things. But then when you ask, well, how do you love God and love your neighbor? And then that's when you get a bunch of, well, you got to love them, you got to be patient, you got to hug them. It's like, man, you're just making it up. It's all in the Bible. They just don't know where to find it, right? Verse 17, thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor, and not suffer sin upon him. This is another big part of the law that involves love. If I see you, again, if I know that you have an issue with wasting money at casinos, and I see you getting into your car, and you got your Crown Royal bag with a bunch of fucking quarters and tokens, if I'm your real brother, I'm gonna go, hey, Ernest, where you going, man? Oh, brother, I can't let you go there. Don't do that. You know what I'm saying? You got a family, y'all gotta pay rent. If you do this, y'all gonna be in bad straits. Don't do that, brother. Or what if I see you about to rob a liquor store? I gotta, hey man, don't do that. I can't suffer sin upon you. This is the part of the law that most people, it makes them uncomfortable because it means you getting directly involved. And now you're confronting your brother. The root word, a word that comes from the root word confront is confrontation. In order to confront somebody, you must have a confrontation. You must meet as opposing sides. And people are scared to oppose their brother because they fear that they might be cut off. They might, physically be reprimanded. People will kill you nowadays for you getting in their way just to do something as simple as going to the store. People will kill you in cold blood. How dare you tell me where I can and can't go? And they might light you up just to spend the next 30 years crying in their fucking prison cell, talking about I never should have did that.
Or bragging about it.
Or bragging about it. Shit, yeah, that, if they're a real demon.
Like, it's cool, like.
Yeah. But here's the thing, you're right. But usually what happens is the Most High God sends somebody more ruthless than them.
Oh, yeah.
Derek Chauvin, that's his name. The one who kneeled on the neck.
Correct.
Did you know he got stabbed 22 times? They had to move him to another prison.
Oh, wow.
That just happened a couple of weeks ago. He got stabbed 22 times. See, a lot of our people, we think that when our enemies oppress us and kill us, they ride off into the sunset with nothing happening to them. You best believe, I told you this before, the Most High God, he's sending the goon squad at you. He'll send people who don't give a fuck about nothing, and they coming for you. And guess what? If I got stabbed 22 times, I'd rather die. I'm gonna be real, because I know my brother can attest to this. It's better to be shot than to be stabbed. It's better to be shot than to be stabbed, especially if you have a clean exit wound. It's better to be shot. Because when you get stabbed, you're talking about literally a chunk of flesh being pushed into your body and separated. But he got stabbed 22 times, and the Most High God had him live through it. Can you imagine he's probably all scarred up and disfigured? Now he's going to have nerve damage throughout his whole body. And if you get stabbed in the abdomen, they got to cut out the parts of the lacerated intestine. So a lot of times you end up with a colostomy bag for the rest of your life. And for those who don't know what a colostomy bag is, because I never got a chance to see one until I saw somebody who was really messed up. Basically, it's a part that they conjoin onto your intestine, and when the food basically turns into poop, and it's supposed to go out through your colon, it comes into a bag. And you basically have to throw that bag away or empty it out every day. A colostomy bag. So you shit in a bag. You know what I'm saying? That's a very tough judgment to go through for the rest of your life if you've been shivved up like that. Right? But we're supposed to not be suffering sin upon our neighbors. And again, that requires getting involved. Verse 18, thou shalt not avenge, nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am the Lord. Now, I want to read this in the NLT because a lot of people like to say our neighbor can be anybody. I'm going to read this in the NLT. This is Leviticus 19 and 18 in the New Living Translation. Do not seek vengeance or revenge or bear a grudge against a fellow Israelite, but love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. So this lets you know your neighbor is a fellow Israelite. And we're not supposed to be holding grudges. One of the things I'm so grateful God did to me is he gave me bad memory. I can't remember if I wanted to, because I don't care enough. I'm going to be honest. And my wife knows that. She makes fun of me all the time saying, you probably forgot when I misplace things. And you know what the worst part is? I just have to admit, she's right. But the thing is, it's easy for me to let things go because I don't remember the details. And if I don't remember the details, it wasn't that big a deal. And I can let the shit go. But blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, we all know in our family there are people who have been fighting since they were young men or women until they are old men and women. And when you ask them, what are you fighting about? They don't even know what they're fighting about, but they hate each other. It's in my family. I know it's in your family. I know it's in all our families. You know why? Because the curses of Deuteronomy 28. You don't have to guess. I know how your house is fucked up, just the same as mine is fucked up, because we're under the same curses. Now, can you imagine if we did these few things that I've read here in love for one another? I would say we would have a civilization, wouldn't you? Yeah. But you can't build a civilization if I want to steal from you to appear rich when I'm still broke. Or if I want to hold a grudge against you because of something that really doesn't matter or something that happened generations ago. See, if we're hating one another, how can we ever come together to build something? And not to mention, if you're extending mercy to everybody who doesn't deserve it, and you're denying mercy to your own people, how do you build a civilization with your own people in mind? Because the only people you're giving forgiveness to are the people who don't deserve it. My brother, you deserve forgiveness from me, and I deserve it from you. Because even if I did something that should be punishable by death, you should be willing to forgive me. You know why? Because you know God is going to exercise judgment. I'm going to be real. I've never known a black, Hispanic, or Native Indian murderer who's had a good life. Never known one. Never one. But I have heard them say, I see my victims in my dreams. I see my victims every time I close my eyes. I hear their voice every time I have a dull moment or a moment of silence. See, those are judgments. Those are very harsh judgments. But a lot of times we get caught up in our own emotions and we think, well, I want to exercise judgment. I used to have that problem. If I felt slighted by anybody, I had to get my hands dirty. I'm the one who has to beat you up. But the thing is, I can't hit harder than God. God can hit you so hard your kids come out fucked up. And it's not even to be funny. Can you imagine you make fun of crippled people your whole life and you have a son who has palsy or Down syndrome? It happens. Happens all the time. And that same person who used to mock everybody, now he wants mercy and understanding from everybody. You know why? Because now he sees what it's like. And he loves this child who's crippled. He loves them just as much if they were normal. And he doesn't want anybody to make fun of his child, even though his whole record is doing nothing but mocking the handicapped. Some of our people have lived their lives like that. I used to be a bully all the way up and through high school. And I know most people will go, well, you're short, how can you be a bully? You'd be surprised. Stature has nothing to do with it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times it's the intent to do harm to people. Because a lot of people don't have intent to do harm back to you. But that's why I said, by the way you oppress your own people and you oppress others, that's how you will be oppressed. Again, you're not going to have arms long enough to box with God. You can't escape God's judgment. No one can, especially if you're an Israelite. Let's read 19. Ye shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind. Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed. Neither shall a garment mingled of linen and woolen come upon thee. Now, I know some people might be saying, what does that have to do with what you just read about love? Has everything to do with it. Because when you read Romans 11, it talks about grafting in. Right? Now, one of the ways that I've explained grafting in is you can't graft in a branch from a different tree into another tree. I was wrong on that. You can do that. But what does it say here in verse 19? Ye shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind. Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed. What does it mean to sow a field with mingled seed? To sow it with two types of plants. So if God don't want you sowing a field with two types of seed, why in the hell would he want a tree with two types of DNA in it? Two types of branches? That's against the law of God. There's a reason why reading Leviticus in general, but reading the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible, is integral to biblical understanding, especially when you're talking about the New Testament. It is very important because when you use terms like neighbor, brother, brethren, people want to just attach themselves onto it, not necessarily understanding if it fits them or not. That's why it's important to understand what these terms mean, right? How much time we got? Okay, we're gonna do a little bit longer, probably about 40 minutes. Yeah. Some more. Need any water, brother?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Thank you.
Hold on, I'm just refilling my thing, y'all. Man,
How you been? You doing good?
I've been all right, man.
All right. Did you make it on time today?
Nah, man.
No?
I've been inside all day.
Oh, no.
My wife has been a little sick.
No, but
So-
did you make it here on time?
Huh? Oh, no, I didn't get here on time.
Nope.
No,
Oh.
man, I was an hour late, man.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I
All
was
right.
an
All
hour
right.
late.
Hey, well, point that you made it.
Yeah, all praises.
Yes, sir.
No, I was trying to make sure my wife was good before I left. Yeah. You gotta rest, man, because it's still cool.
All right. All right.
Enjoy it while it's cool, brother. But, yeah, just going through the roughest part of her clearing stuff out. She was having really bad vertigo. So, just having to be kind of on a full caretaking duty. But so we see here in the law that love is one of the more serious aspects of the law. But it's not as simple as just wanting to give somebody a hug or having soft feelings towards somebody. There's literal acts and rules of behavior that you're supposed to conduct yourself by to say that you truly love somebody or someone as an Israel. But with that said, let's go to Matthew 18 and 21 through 35. Because now we're going to get it straight from the Messiah's mouth. When he talks about love. Alright? I got it. Matthew 18 and 21, and we're going to read to 35. This is Matthew, chapter 18 and verse 21. Then Peter came to him and said, Lord, how often shall I forgive shall my brother sin against me, and I forgive him? Till 7 times? So Peter is coming to Yahushua saying, hey, look, I understand we're supposed to not, have grudges. We're supposed to forgive one another. But how many times? Just 7? Because one of the things that I will say about blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, even when we understand the law, we look for ways to see the limitations of it, right? So if I only got to forgive you 5 times and I can cut you off, a lot of our people, they start counting. I mean, literally, they're like, hey, that's strike 1. You'll have people tell you that. And if you get to strike 3, they might cut you out of their life. And they're dead serious, right? So Peter is asking the Messiah, hey, look, if my brother sins against me, how often shall I forgive him? And he gives just a number, 7, right? Let's see what the Messiah says. Yahushua saith unto him, I say not unto thee until 7 times, but until 70 times 7. So he gave a exaggerated figure. 70 times 7. Well, what's 7 times 7? 49. 45. 49. Right?
So you've got 490 times I'm supposed to forgive my brother. And Yahushua didn't even mean just 490 times. He's just saying, hey, look, there is no limit. That's what he's saying. So if you have the ability to forgive your brother, forgive your brother. Because vengeance belongs to God. Don't hold that grudge against your people. Because what good does that do? And that makes you potentially damned by the same standard of judgment that you're trying to hold your brother to. Right? Verse 23. Therefore is the kingdom of heaven likened unto a certain king, which would take account of his servants. And when he had begun to reckon, one was brought unto him, which ought him 10,000 talents. So you have this king, and he has a servant who has a very large debt. And the king is about to sell the servant to pay the debt. Let's see how this goes down. Verse 25. But for as much as he had not to pay, his Lord commanded him to be sold, and his wife, and children, and all that he had, and payment to be made. The servant therefore fell down and worshipped him, saying, Lord, have patience with me, and I will pay thee all. Then the Lord of that servant was moved with compassion, and loosed him, and forgave him the debt. So the Lord was like, hey man, I was gonna sell you and your wife and kids to recoup the money on that debt. But man, seeing how, you kind of splayed yourself out, you pleaded with me, you've done good, your whole time serving me. I'm gonna let the debt go, all right? Just don't let it happen again, you know what I'm saying? Don't get in debt. Now, let's see what happens with this servant who was shown such mercy, right? Verse 28, but the same servant went out and found one of his fellow servants, which ought him 100 pence. And he laid hands on him and took him by the throat, saying, pay me that thou owest. You see how merciless the servant is? And he went to another one of his peers who had a debt to him, and he got him by the throat and said, hey, give me my money. You know people like that, usually they have a reputation. They tell you, hey man, don't get money from that person, because if you ain't got it to pay back, he gonna come looking for you. I've literally had people tell me about people like that. Well, it's just like, yo, he's serious about his money. If you owe him something, pay it back. Don't make him look for you. If you've ever been in the drug world, I'm gonna tell you, most of your drug dealers have this spirit. Because they have to. Because they can't call the cops because somebody robbed them. They gotta be their own police. But in this case, you have a servant pressing another servant so harshly. Let's see what happens as a result. Verse 29. And his fellow servant fell down at his feet and besought him, saying, have patience with me, and I will pay thee all. And he would not, but went and cast him into prison till he should pay the debt. So instead of him showing mercy like he received mercy, he said, nah, fuck that. I'm going to tell these folks, the authorities, that you basically reneged on your debt, and I'm going to have them throw you in jail. Because in ancient societies all over the earth, used to have something called debtor's prisons. If you owed somebody money, say you stayed at a tavern, and you didn't have the money to pay, and you skipped out on the tab. If you were ever caught, they would throw you into a debtor's prison, and you would work off your debt, right? Verse 31, so when his fellow servants saw what was done, they were very sorry and came and told unto their Lord all that was done. Then his Lord, after that he had called him, and said unto him, O thou wicked servant, I forgave thee all the debt, because thou desiredest me. So he said, man, you wicked ass nigga, I forgave you your debt. You couldn't forgive your brother? Now, how many times does this happen in life? Especially when you're a small child. You see a kid get a bag of candy, you want some, you ask him, he give you a few pieces. And then you get your bag of candy, and you forget to give him some. And then usually the daycare worker or your parent come up and go, hey, don't forget him, he gave you candy. And that's when you learn, oh, I gotta balance the scales. It's not just because I owe him, but it's because I owe him. You see what I'm saying? It's not the debt. It's the camaraderie, the friendship. He did right for me, so I'm gonna do right for him. It's not a numbers game. It's an allegiance game. We're a team. See, that's one of the things that in Israel we don't practice at all. Again, I bring up my Mexican brothers. They did right by us with the slave trade, giving us shelter. Y'all fought the damn Spanish, the Spanish Mexican American War to keep slavery out of Mexico from America, and y'all succeeded, right? But when it came time for us to stand up and defend our Mexican brothers, time and time again, the black community has been silent. When it comes time for us to stand up for our Puerto Rican brothers, we're silent. All of our Hispanic and Native brothers stood with us during the Black Panther marches and things of that nature, the civil rights era. We all stood together. But because we refuse to stand with our brothers, eventually they go home. Because why am I going to keep showing allegiance to people who hate me? And that makes perfect sense to me. That's why I take every opportunity I can to apologize. And I mean it. That's why I tell my people I'll take a bullet for you. Hell, I'd love to take 100 bullets for my people. Because Yahushua would definitely know who I am. Not to say that my actions will be greater than his. I just want him to know who I am. But the thing is, most of our people, they wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. And you know that to be true. Because when you walk and you even try to say hi to one another, how many times have you said hey to another Mexican brother and he just looks away? It happens to black folks too. Especially if they're on the job and they want to be loved by white people. Happens all. Huh?
Downtown. Especially downtown.
Oh, downtown? Yeah, well, shit, bro. I'm going to tell you, I don't know what's up with the people down here. Like, Texas is usually a very friendly state. Even when you're, say, like, when I was in Abilene, I didn't have any white folks doing that to me. And Abilene is a very small town, and it's not known to, be a very welcoming place for so-called black people. But even when I say hello to them white folks up there, they at least have enough common courtesy to go hello. But down here in San Antonio, black folks, oh my God, man, they'll pretend like you don't exist. And get mad if you say hello a second time. They be like, I ignored you the first time, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You be like, damn, all right. You know what I'm saying? But we're seeing here how Yahushua is trying to explain, like, look, man, you got to return the favor unto your people. The same mercy you want them, or you want the world to extend to you, you have to be willing to give it. And if you don't want to give mercy, don't expect it. Right? Verse 32, then his Lord, after that he had called him, and said unto him, O thou wicked servant, I forgave thee all that debt because thou desiredest me. Shouldest not thou also have had compassion on thy fellow servant, even as I had pity on thee? And his Lord was wroth, and delivered him to the tormentors, till he should pay all that he was due unto him. So likewise shall my heavenly Father do also unto you, if ye from your hearts forgive not every one of his brother their trespasses. So if you don't want to forgive Israelite to Israelite, don't worry about it. You're not going to get forgiveness either. Playing up on tables, man. Now, you got to understand the other dimension to this. You have people who are trying to come in on this message and say, I'm the brother that the Bible's talking about. But we know from Leviticus 19 that your brother is another Israelite. Your neighbor is another Israelite. Your sister is another Israelite. So on and so forth. So if anybody's trying to say, I'm your neighbor, they better be an Israelite. You know what I'm saying? But, let's keep going. Let's go back to, or actually let's go to John 13, 33 and 35. Because we're going to see what love is according to Yahushua himself. Alright? See, this is how we're going to be brought back into harmony as a nation. Because when the Messiah returns, these are the things that we're going to be doing. Right? This is John 13 and 33. Oh, let me know when you got it. No, go ahead, get it. I want you to get it, because I want you to follow with me. Follow with me, brother. We ain't never rushing around here. Yes, sir. John 13 and 33. We're going to read till 35. It's going to be after Luke. So you've got Matthew, what is it? Matthew, Luke, John, Mark. But yeah.
this afternoon. It's funny, like when you actually read the Bible and you see how easy it is to love one another, you really start to question, how did we get to the point where we won't even talk to each other, let alone love each other? And it becomes all the more apparent that we're under the curses. You know what I'm saying? That's why now that we're seeing the enemies of God get the curses laid on them. I got you. Yeah. This is John 13 and 33. Little children, yet a little while I am with you. Ye shall seek me. And as I said unto the Jews, whither I go, ye cannot come. So now I say to you, a new commandment I give unto you, that ye love one another, as I have loved you, that ye also love one another. By this shall all men know that ye are my disciples, if ye have loved one to another. So one of the things that we often have to remember is Yahushua, despite him being the king of the Israelites, him being the only begotten of the Most High God, and the former of heaven and earth, he still washed his apostles' feet. He lowered himself to the point where he was willing to show humility in service of his brethren. That's why Yahushua is saying, hey, look, I don't care how great you are, you're supposed to love one another as I have shown you how to love. Meaning, you're not supposed to be ruling over your brethren with rigor, talking down to your people as if you're holier than them. You're supposed to serve with them as comrades in arms. That's why when Yahushua says that we are co-heirs with him of the kingdom of heaven, you can only imagine what that means in terms of authority and rulership. Because you see, if he's willing to lower himself to the lowest of servants and give his life up despite having no transgression, that means that if he calls us co-heirs, we are co-heirs indeed. He's going to divide everything with us. And he's going to truly enjoy the kingdom with his children, right? But that's the example that we're supposed to follow. And again, I know it's hard sometimes, because sometimes you be like, yo, but I hate this nigga so bad. I know. All of us feel it. But you got to understand what that is. That's not you. Because the flesh is weak, but the spirit is willing. That's that left-hand demon on your shoulder going, hey, man, don't give him no forgiveness. When he talking shit about you for 3 months straight, and then he said sorry, man, fuck a sorry. A lot of our people, you know what? Okay, cool. You can say sorry, but I get to do it to you back for a while. No, Yahushua said you gotta let it go, man. You gotta let it go. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of our people, they can't get any type of real salvation from their issues. You can be saved out of many things, not just out of Babylon altogether. Say if you're about to go to jail and something happens and you end up back in your car driving home that night. You got saved from the cops. That happened to me. You know what I'm saying? I was in the back of the car with cuffs on, and they saw the girl I was with. Her dad was a counselor or a counselor or some shit at like some foreign relations table or something like that. I didn't even know it. All I saw was her profile came up, and it had like a badge with a VIP shit on there. And at that point, I got put out of the cuffs. They sent me home with her. You know what I'm saying? But the Most High God, he orchestrated things where I got saved out of it. Now imagine if, for whatever reason, say I had an opportunity to give a brother something to eat. And I said, nah, man, I'm hungry right now. You work it out. And then the Most High God sees me in my lowest state, and I'm going, God, please help me. What God gonna do? Nah, you strong and mighty, nigga. You work it out. You see how one bad turn deserves another? And a lot of our people just don't understand it. That's why it goes round and round. What's the old saying go? Hurt people hurt people. Hurt people hurt other people. And it just, the cycle goes round and round. But if we learn how to forgive and to comfort one another, there would be no more hurt people. There'd only be comforted people. See? keep going. Let's go to John 15 and 12 through 13. Right? Because we still on the topic of love from Yahushua. Right? This is John, chapter 15 and verse 12. This is my commandment, that ye love one another, as I have loved you. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. Ye are my friends, if ye do whatsoever I command you. Henceforth I call you not servants, for the servant knoweth not. Henceforth I call you not servants, for the servant knoweth not what his Lord doeth. But I have called you friends, for all things that I have heard of my Father, I have made known unto you. I read that extra bit just to let you know. When Yahushua comes and the kingdom of heaven arrives, he's going to truly share it. Because it is a delight unto him to share it with his brethren. But it has to be a delight unto us to share this gospel. The things that we've undertaken to learn. The effort that you put forth when you're sitting there reading the Bible, you go, damn, I don't know what that means. So you reread it, you read the whole chapter, you read the chapter before it and the chapter after. You're trying to go after that knowledge. Then when you finally get it, you can't go, man, I got it. And you just put it in your pocket and that's it. No, you got to go, okay, I got it. Now I got to love my brother enough to go tell him. That's where a lot of our brothers, they falter. Because they don't want to do this. Because what did Christ say? There's no greater love than a man being willing to lay down his life for his friends. You like, I'm going to tell you, man, somebody can easily walk up to me right now and just go, I'm tired of you preaching this Bible. I'm tired of you. I hear you in my apartment. You wake me up every Saturday. I'm sick of you. Hey. Or they jump. Or they got a weapon. Anything can happen. But if you love God and you love your people enough, that's the risk that you are willing to take. And that's where you know most of your people don't know what love is. And it's not because they won't show it. It's because they've never been shown it. No one has ever loved them enough to step in front of a bullet. No one's ever loved them enough to stand out in the cold and go, hey man, I was waiting for you. Just to talk to you. Most people don't know what that's like. And because they don't know what it's like, how can they show you what it's like? Now you see what I mean. Hurt people hurt people. That's one of the things that I first learned when I came into this truth. And it moved me to tears. That I actually loved my people that much. I didn't even know I loved black people that much. Hispanic people, Native people. But when I found out what it was, I was like, oh, that's what that feeling is. Oh. And now I could do something with it. Now I don't have to feel like I'm trapped in this feeling that I can't identify. I know what it is. And now I can go show my brothers that I love them. And the good feeling I get from showing it is the same good feeling they get from receiving it. And they can pass it on. And it all starts with the example set forth by our Messiah. See? But, let's see. Is there anything else we want on that? We're going to read 16. This is John, chapter 15 and 16. Ye have not chosen me, but I have chosen you and ordained you, that you should go and bring forth fruit, and that your fruit should remain, that whatsoever ye shall ask of the Father in my name, he may give it you. Actually, you know what? Let's keep going, because there's more on this love train, right? These things I command you, that ye love one another. If the world hate you, ye know that it hated me before it hated you. So if you're truly about loving your people, Yahushua loved his people more than we could ever know. Right? He loved his people so much that he died for sins that had nothing to do with him. And he died in one of the most brutal ways that you could ever imagine. When all he had to do was say, I didn't do that. And he would have been let off on all charges. But he didn't do that. He laid his life down, knowing that it was to preserve the nation of Israel. This is something, if you are truly following after the ways of Yahushua, you should be hated by the world at large. That's one of the things I was concerned about with you. Because sometimes not having a brother in your corner who's of the same struggle and same belief, you become at odds with everybody else around you. Because your God is not a God to everyone. He's a God to the Israelites. Well, what if you have no other Israelites but you? Then that's a heavier weight.
Because it's easier for us to bear a weight together. I get on one side, you get on the other, we pull it, and we just walk with it. But if it's just you by yourself, you might break your back trying to get it home. You know what I'm saying? You're going to struggle a lot more if it's just you. And it's the same thing in this truth, man. When I was coming out here with brothers, I'm going to be honest. I like the way I preach solo, but I love having brothers beside me. I love it. You feel bolder. Your brothers bring out scriptures. You know what I'm saying? You're wiser together than you are apart. But then the Most High God saw fit where we had to split up again. So now I come back out here, and yeah, I have my brother Ernest, but I miss my other brothers too. And I know in time, the Most High God will send me even more brothers. Maybe not to stay, maybe just to get fed enough to set up over there. Or over there, who knows? But the thing is though, if you are doing the work of the Lord, the world at large is going to let you know by hating you. Right? Verse 20, remember the word that I said unto you, the servant is not greater than the Lord. If they have persecuted me, they will also persecute you. If they have kept my sayings, they will keep yours also. So he said, look, it's not just the persecution, right? If people listen to me, they're going to listen to you as well. Might not be armies or droves of people, right? But the angels in heaven rejoice. They rejoice with jubilation over one person that comes to repentance. One Israelite who steps up and remembers who he is and decides to keep the commandments, right? This, I always say it, you've heard me say it before. This is not a numbers game. I don't care if there's one person or 100 people up here. The judgment of the Most High God is all the same. This book don't change what it says simply because of how many people listening to it, right? Verse 21, but all these things will they do unto you for my name's sake, because they know not him that sent me. If I had not come and spoken unto them, they had not had sin, but now they have no cloak for their sin. He that hateth me, hateth my Father also. So those who hate this word, this gospel that we preach from this book, they don't just hate us. They hate the prophets that it came from. They hate Yahushua, and they hate the Most High God. I'm going to be honest. A lot of our people hate God because of how much hatred they've been shown in His word. All the trauma. You know what I'm saying? Going back generations. Because you inherit the trauma from your father. You know that, right? So we've got traumas that are built into us literally over millennia. Because we've been slaves to many nations. But can you imagine the last 500 years, the things that we've had to deal with? Being hung, raped, lynched, burned, stoned. And even if it didn't happen to you, you had to watch it happen to somebody else. That traumatizes you. So we have a lot that we are bearing in these fleshly bodies, let alone in our minds. And there's a hatred that comes out of us. And a lot of times we don't even know where it's from. That's why a lot of times the biggest hurdle to coming into this truth is getting out of your own way and letting that hatred go. And realizing that God has a plan and it's greater than me. And just submitting yourself unto God for God's sake. And a lot of times He'll bring you comfort when you're able to do that. But it takes time, right? All right, so let's go ahead and move on because I think we already read too much on that. So we are going to go to Sirach 13 and 15 through 20. Yeah, Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha. It's the book before First Maccabees. So I'm gonna show you a secret. If you want to get to the Apocrypha, go to Maccabees. So I'm gonna show you where it's. Yeah, so it's right here. But Malachi is the book before the Apocrypha, and Matthew is the book after. Yeah, Sirach.
Yeah, or Ecclesiasticus 13 and 15. Well,
So you're at Baruch.
and then and then verse 15 through 20. Go ahead and read it out. Chapter 13, 15 to 20.
Yes. This is Ecclesiastes, chapter 13 and verse 15.
Now, I do want to preface it by saying this is just generally good knowledge. When you're dwelling with people who are like-minded, from the same tribe, you have more in common than you do that separates you. You see this in nature. If you saw a pigeon hanging out with a bunch of sparrows, wouldn't you find that weird? Yeah. How about a crow hanging out with a bunch of chickens? Yeah, you'd be like, fuck, you know what I'm saying? You like, even when you see a cat and a dog getting along, don't you kind of go like, hey, they get along with each other? That's weird. Now, why is it that when we look at people, all of a sudden that changes? Food for thought, right?
This is Ecclesiastes, chapter 13 and verse 15. Every beast loveth his like, and every man loveth his neighbor. All flesh consorteth according to kind, and a man will cleave to his like.
So a man is going to naturally cleave to his own people. No hatred involved. That's the way things have been set up by God. Because again, if you saw a lion hanging out with a sheep, you'd be like, that's really weird considering that lions eat sheep. And sheep are supposed to be naturally afraid of lions and other predators. Again, no hatred, no racism. You have to understand, all racism means is you prefer a race over another. Now, the race of your own people is typically the race you prefer. It has nothing to do with hatred, has everything to do with you being familiar with those people. Because you are of those people. You care the most about them because you have the most familial connection to them. Right?
What fellowship hath the wolf with the lamb? So the sinner with the goblin. What agreement is there between the hyena and a dog? And what peace between the rich and the poor? As the wild ass is the lion's prey in the wilderness, so the rich eat up the poor. As the proud hate humility, so doth the rich abhor the poor.
So this is just simply talking about the self-evident truth that people who are of a certain caliber, a certain like, a certain type, all like to be together. Nothing wrong with it. For instance, I'm not into fashion and dressing up. Ask my wife. I'm like a cartoon character. You look at my fucking closet. I've got 5 of the same shirt, 5 of the same pants, 5 of the same shoes. I don't like to step outside of how I look because you become known by your appearance. Literally. Like, oh, those clothes, that's him. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, what if somebody who's highly into fashion wants to be my friend? We're probably not going to mesh very well. Because they're going to want to talk about the latest thing that they bought, what they bought that's in season. Or I bought this, these clothes down here for an X amount of deal. Or I got this, I got this Gucci shirt with a Gucci belt, all for $300. And I'm like, well, shit, I got 5 of the same shirt for $100. See what I'm saying? Not even in the same ballpark. We're not going to have a lot to talk about. But if I'm a gamer and I love building computers and PCs, and you're a gamer and you like building computers and PCs, we could talk all day because we're alike. Now, why is this so hard for other people to understand? Because a lot of times they think that we are coming out here to purposely divide people. Now, are they right? Yes, but for the wrong reasons. They think it's out of hatred, and it's not. I want to show you. We're going to go to Deuteronomy chapter 4. Actually, you know what? Go to Deuteronomy 32.
Go to Deuteronomy 32. We brought it out earlier, but we're going to bring it out again. Because Deuteronomy 4 talks about the other nations being given their own gods. But I want to show that the Most High God divided all the nations. 32. This is Deuteronomy 32 and 7. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask thy father, and he will show thee. Thy elders, and they will tell thee. When the Most High God divided to the nations their inheritance. When he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. For the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. So you have a lot being said here, right? You have a reminder for us to seek out the old paths, the ways of our fathers. And then we have the reminder that the Most High God divided the nations up, right? And he separated all the nations according to the number of the children of Israel. So we don't know exactly how many Israelites there were, but according to how many Israelites there were, God knew that answer. He made so many other members of the other nations. And he separated all of them. We are not supposed to be together. Now, are we supposed to hate each other and go to war? No. But here's the thing. Until the kingdom of Christ comes, there's always a time for peace and a time for war. Because the prophecies of this book got to play out. And we have one more major war to go through. And the kingdom of Christ ain't going to be no more war. The Bible even says that the other nations are going to beat their spears into pruning hooks. They're going to turn all of the weapons manufacturing plants and all of those things into basically plants to make farming tools, agricultural tools, building tools to make homes, things for peace. But now is not that time, but we're almost there. But until we get there, we're not supposed to be just at peace with one another. That's not the time for that yet. And even in the kingdom of Yahushua for 1,000 years, they got to pay their debt back. So that means they got to go into servitude. Then after that 1,000 years, hey, we good again. I could actually call a heathen a friend. He can call me a friend. I wouldn't mind that. You know what I'm saying? But we're going to have our order. I'm an Israelite. You're of this heathen nation, X, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Nothing personal, just the way God set it up. Right? Now, let's go ahead and... did we read all Sirach? No, we did not. Okay, hold on. Because I dropped it. Do you still have Sirach 13? Yeah, I dropped it too. No, that's cool. We'll go back. I think we might have read it. Yeah, actually we read it all. Don't worry about it. We read it. So we're going to go ahead and go to Zephaniah 2 and 1 through 3. Right? So knowing that we all are supposed to be basically like consorting with our own people, with our own kind, the question is, what is the kind that we're supposed to be consorting by? Am I supposed to just gather with black people? Or am I supposed to wake up to my heritage as an Israelite and gather with Israelites? We're going to see. In Zephaniah, it's near the end of the Old Testament. This is Zephaniah, chapter 2 and verse 1. Gather yourselves together. Yea, gather together, O nation not desired, before the decree bring forth, before the day passes the chaff, before the fierce anger of the Lord come upon you, before the day of the Lord's anger come upon you. Seek ye the Lord, all ye meek of the earth, which have wrought his judgment. Seek righteousness, seek meekness. It may be, ye shall be hid in the day of the Lord's anger.
So as Israelites, we're supposed to gather together. We're that nation not desired. Hence why we call ourselves by all these different names, like Mexican, Guatemalan, Brazilian, etc. Right? Those are all names that were put upon us by our oppressors. We're supposed to throw those names away, reclaim our heritage as Israelites, and begin to speak to one another, to do business with one another, to gather together and do the Lord's business. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to read verse 1 more time. This is Zephaniah 2:1. Gather yourselves together. Yea, gather together, O nation not desired, before the decree bring forth, before the day passes the chaff, before the fierce anger of the Lord come upon you, before the day of the Lord's anger come upon you. So we're supposed to be gathering together to do the work of the Lord before the day of visitation, the day of judgment. That's what we're doing right now. We're gathered together. There's brothers down there who wear, purple and gold. They're gathered together. There's brothers who wear all black. You've seen them. That's ISUPK. They gather together. Now, when Yahushua returns, we all gonna gather together. Because although we all do similar things like this, we have different perspectives on different things. Like they might keep the Friday, Saturday, Sabbath. Friday evening till Saturday evening. I keep the lunar Sabbath. So according to how the moon is, I keep the Sabbath. You know what I'm saying? So like for me, tonight is the Sabbath. Now, I need to figure out how that is when literally it's a full moon tonight, when the Sabbath, according to the lunar cycle, is supposed to be when you can't see the moon, right? When the moon is at her, has waned, or basically dropped to her lowest light, that's when you have a new moon. Actually, no, that's why. Yeah, that's why. It makes perfect sense. But either way, my Sabbath is tonight, right? According to the lunar cycle. So the next new moon should be in 2 Sabbath cycles. So the next Sabbath, we should see the moon less, and then the cycle after that, basically nothing. So you won't even see the moon that night. And then it'll be likely on a different day, right? But, so let's keep going. My mouth keeps drying out, man. Anyway, so let's go ahead and go to Sirach, Ecclesiasticus 13 through 14. All right. Because one of the things that we have to keep in mind is that this is a reoccurring theme throughout the Bible. We're supposed to prefer one another over everyone else. Six and 13. There we go. Ecclesiasticus 6 and 13. I'm gonna show you something. So you see how it says Baruch? Actually, turn to Baruch 6. And you notice something. That's why that keeps happening. Yeah, that's why that keeps happening. It's a table. Book of Micah has the same thing in the book. I only show you that just so that whenever you get another one, just like this whole line of Bible telling you kind of thing. All right, this is Ecclesiastes, chapter 6 and verse 13. Separate thyself from thine enemies, and take heed of thy friends. A faithful friend is a strong defense, and he that hath found such a one hath found a treasure. So, in these days, not only are we supposed to gather together, but we are supposed to be separating ourselves from our enemies. Now, again, I'm not telling you to go burn crosses in anybody's front yard or to go on a hate campaign, right? I understand When I was newer to teaching, I would let it be known at the drop of a hat how much I hated the heat. That's not always the best way to teach, because that drives people away. I get that. However, it needs to be understood that as an Israelite, you are supposed to be gathering together with people who are keeping God's laws, because it is easier to do things like not eat pork. Say like you're gathering together with a bunch of your coworkers from work, and they're having a pizza party. Chances are, unless you order a cheese pizza beforehand, every pizza's gonna have sausage and pepperoni, pretty much. I've had to literally sit on the sidelines while everybody's having the time of their life because I can't eat pork. And everybody's asking me again and again, why aren't you eating, why aren't you eating, why aren't you eating? And eventually they get mad because they think you're being a stick in the mud. Now, you don't want to have fun. It's like, no, I don't eat pork. Or how about when they send out birthday emails on the job? Everybody's saying happy birthday, but all of a sudden you don't say nothing to nobody. Now they're looking at you crazy. But we don't celebrate birthdays. Because in accordance with the Bible, you're not supposed to have a day where you put yourself first. Because that's what a birthday is. It's a pagan ritual. The king of Egypt does it in the Bible. I'll show it to you at a later time. But he literally celebrates his birthday where on that day, everything is done in honor of him. But what's the first and greatest commandment? To not have any other God before the Most High. So I'm supposed to do everything in honor of the Most High God. Even if I'm giving a gift to my brother, I still thank the Most High God and I honor him by giving something to my brother to benefit him. You see how there's rules to it, but it's easier to keep those rules when we're both on the same page. Because if other people are going, well, why are you doing this? I don't agree with that. Now you got to explain yourself. Now you're the guy on the outside who looks weird. You know what I'm saying? That's why just exercising a bit of wisdom. Because when you got to dwell with other people, hey, you got to dwell with them, it's cool. Whether it's on the job, in person, out in the world. But when you have a choice, deal with your own people. You know what I'm saying? Going forward, your life will be easier because of it. Deal with your own people. All right? That's all we need there. What we get next. We actually don't have that much to cover, brother. I'm gonna be honest. And right here. Actually, yeah, we're gonna finish this lesson today. All right, let's go to Revelations 11:11. To my viewers on the camera, I know I'm notorious for not finishing lessons. I don't want to hear it. Okay. But today we're going to finish one. And I hope it was edifying. Because, man, every lesson I begin out here, man, most of the time I don't finish. And I apologize for that. Yeah, Salaki, you know what I'm saying? My bad. But this is Revelations 11:11. Now, I want to preface this by saying, us gathering together, us abounding in the work of the Lord, you have to understand, not everybody views this as a good thing. The heathen see this, and they understand that when we begin to gather together and keep the commandments, that means the day of redemption is coming. They want to remain in power. Well, how can they remain in power if us being redeemed is going to put us on the top and them on the bottom? Now you see the dilemma that they're in. So a lot of the heathen, they look at this and they're like, yo, I'm going to stop this in any way I can. Whether it's coming up, being a demon, calling the cops, being obnoxious. You see people revving their motorcycles and stuff. You know, they don't even have to do that. But they do it simply because in their spirit, they're like, yo, I don't like this, right? This is Revelations 11:11. And after 3 days and a half, actually, no, we're going to go up. We're going to go up. We're going to start at 8. This is Revelations 11:8. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified. And they of the people, and kindreds and tongues, and nations, shall see their dead bodies 3 days and a half, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in graves. Now, before we finish this, I want to read something else to you to give you more context. We're going to go to Proverbs 21. I want you to hold that. But we're going to flip to Proverbs 21. Because I need you to understand that this is not talking about literal dead bodies. And I know you know that, but I want you to have a scriptural precedent for that. Once you get to 21, it's verse 16.
This is Proverbs, chapter 21. I'm tripping. I went to 6. Oh, you got it. You just. Yeah, I don't know why I took you to 6.
Actually, I think it is something 6. And I read earlier. Yeah.
Cool. This is Proverbs, chapter 21, and verse 16. The man that wandereth out of the way of understanding shall remain in the congregation of the dead.
So, when you wander out of the way of understanding the wisdom of this book, as an Israelite, spiritually you are viewed as dead. You are a dead man walking, right? So now let's go back to Revelations 11. Y'all got time for the Bible today? Thou says. All right.
This is Revelations 11 and 8. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified.
Now we're going to break down 8. So this city, which is a spiritual successor to Sodom and Egypt. Sodom, you remember Sodom and Gomorrah in the Bible? What does Sodom and Gomorrah stand for? Usually. What do you think of when you think of Sodom? Add a Y to the end of that. Homosexuality. Right? Sodom and Gomorrah was known for that. So when Lot and his daughters were basically saved out of Sodom and Gomorrah, along with his wife, who got turned into a pillar of salt, that's neither here nor there. The angels that came to basically retrieve him out of the city. The men of Sodom were trying to rape the angels, and the angels had to strike them with blindness because they were so far gone. They would prey on anybody who was a stranger in their city. You know how like every once in a while you'll see like a woman walking down the street all by herself, and what do you say in your head? You go, why is she out here by herself? Something could happen to her. Now imagine if you're a wicked man. You see that and you go, you see what I'm saying? You start rubbing your hands together. Sodom was a city that was so wicked that if you were a grown-ass man walking around, people in the background was rubbing their hands together like Birdman. They were like, shit, look at that. Now you see why God had to destroy it. Now, when you look at America, doesn't America peddle, sexual, like depraved values like homosexuality, pedophilia, bestiality? Here in America, literally, and you can check me if you like, all my viewers, you can look at each state by a case-by-case basis, and most states have laws that allow you to have sex with certain animals, whether it be goats, cows, chickens, dogs, horses. No, and here's the thing. A lot of people don't even understand. They actually have to go over legislation every year to deny people the right to have sex with animals, because people are constantly throwing new bills and petitions to get access to do that. People don't even stop and think. When a child molester is caught, why does he only get 2 or 3 years? There's a man named Albert Kinsey. He's called the father of the sexual revolution because of the depraved experiments he was doing on babies. I'll just be outright with it. He was doing experiments so depraved where he was seeing how many times a baby could orgasm in an hour. And he was giving these results before Congress. And as a result, they give less time for sexual crimes because of him. They use his studies. Now you're starting to see why this place is called Sodom and Egypt. Because Egypt is known as a house of bondage, according to Exodus 20 and 2. So if this is a house of slavery, where, homosexuality and sexual, depravity runs, amok, then this is the spiritual successor to Sodom and Egypt. That's what we're reading here. And when we don't have our wisdom, what are we called in the Bible? Dead, right? So their dead bodies are laying in the city that is called spiritually Sodom and Egypt. Ain't that the prophecy of where we're at today? And when you see the average Israelite walking around who doesn't know who they are, they don't know who their God is or the commandments, aren't they those dead bodies? Yes. Now let's keep reading, right? And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified. And they of the people, and kindreds and tongues, and nations,
shall see their dead bodies 3 days and a half, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in graves. And they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them, and make merry, and shall send gifts one to another between these two prophets, or because these two prophets tormented them that dwelt on the earth. So they rejoice over blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, because once upon a time we ruled over all these nations, and these nations hated us because of it. Can you imagine if you naturally really wanted to eat pizza? But I'm your boss. And every time you come into the job, that's the one thing I don't let you do is eat pizza. No pizza on my watch. Depending on how much you really want to eat pizza, that's going to dictate how much you hate me. Now imagine I'm your slave master, and I tell you, you can't be a homosexual. I don't care how much you think you were born a woman. Now what are you going to do? You're going to hate me. Now you're starting to see these other nations, they have natural proclivities, things that they just like to do. For instance, did you know there's a dish in China where they literally take like tarantulas, they dip them in sauce, and they eat them raw? Sometimes the spiders are still alive. They take the fangs out of the spiders, of course. But literally, I watched a video on YouTube of a Chinese woman dipping the spiders in sauce, and she was eating them, mouth open, all types of fucking craziness. You're not allowed to do that in the Bible. That's unclean. But here's the thing. The Bible says Moab is my washpot, and over Edom shall I cast my shoe. What is a washpot? You wash your shoes and your feet in. Well, what's in a washpot after you wash your shoes? Could be dirt, dog shit, who knows? But all sorts of filth. Moab, or the Chinese man, is compared to a washpot. They naturally have filthy inclinations. Now think about it. They're the children of Lot and his daughters. Because once Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed, they were hiding in a cave for shelter. Because, of course, their home was destroyed. Right? Lot's wife had been turned to a pillar of salt because she looked back. She wanted to go back to Sodom and Gomorrah. So she paid with her life. So Lot's daughters, thinking that he's the only man left, they're like, well, shit, we need to have children. So let's get our dad drunk. And the first night, the oldest one went in and had sex with him and got pregnant. And then the next night, the youngest one got him drunk and went in and had sex with him. And that's where Moab and Ammon come from. So they are naturally a nation born of incest. Now you're seeing why they're called a washpot. They were literally forged in sexual abominable behaviors, right? Sexual misconduct. They were formed in it. And remember I said you inherit the traumas of your father. Can you imagine how traumatic that was? For him to have sex with his daughters and to find out what they had done unto him? And then a nation came out of that? And wouldn't you know it? You know what's really big in Asia? Both Japanese and Chinese? Incest. It's huge over there. You know what's also huge in America? Incest. But you know what they did to us during slavery? They had something called sex farms. There's a term that you hear all the time here in America. Most people don't know what it means. They say down on the farm. And it usually means something with orgies and sexual liberation nowadays. However, it comes from when they had our people on these farms. And what they would do is say you were 280, you were 6'6", you were a big slave, you were one of the strongest, fastest slaves. What they would do is they would put you in a barn, they put basically a bag over your head, and say you had an aunt, your mother, your sister. They would have you procreate with her and she would bear your children in the hopes of having bigger, stronger slaves. Now, don't they do that with dogs as well? Yep. As a matter of fact, if you're a breeder and you do purebreds, they'll openly tell you that they have to do away with a lot of deformities. Dogs who have all types of misshapen heads, missing legs. It's the same thing when you have incest with humans. It's unnatural. It's an abomination. But these other nations have a proclivity toward it. And when we're in rulership, we tell them they can't do that. And as a result, they don't like us too much. You know what I'm saying? But let's keep going. Verse 11. And after 3 days and a half, the Spirit of life from God entered into them, and they stood upon their feet, and great fear fell upon them which saw them. That's what's happening now. We're out here reading the Bible. We're letting our people know who they are. They're waking up to who they are. And the heathen are seeing this, and it's scaring the shit out of them. Because they understand if enough of us stand up and our Messiah comes back, all he's got to do is, bam, new bodies. Now they're bulletproof. There was an army standing right in front of you, and now you can't kill them. That's why they're afraid. See, there's layers to this. And yes, there's a lot of aspects of the Bible that they don't understand, but there are aspects of this book that they do understand. And one of those aspects is the one we just read. Us coming back to our truth of who we are, and the kingdom to come is going to be ruled by us. They don't like that. Because they've been told that anybody can go to heaven. Not understanding that this is their heaven. But this is our hell. Because we're the ones who don't have anything. We're the ones who get discriminated against. See? I like that wind, man. It's good. But, man, I can see the gears turning, man. You know, but then I tell you, just keep coming. I told you, man, just keep listening, man. The Most High God, if He's dealing with you, He'll start dropping seeds, and before you know it, they spring up. Damn, I understand that, and I understand that, and then you'll get your first prophetic breakdown. I'm going to take you to Daniel 2 next time I see you. We're just going to read it, and then I'm going to break down some of it to you. I just want to give you a taste of what I'm talking about. Because when you're able to break down the prophecies, then you can prophesy. And being a prophet is a highly esteemed position in the ministry. That's why there's a lot of people, they don't like this, but they try to do their own version of it. Because to prophesy is to be exalted among men. That means God sent something in you where you have wisdom to understand the prophecies and to teach men of those prophecies. Right? But you're going to get it because you're a good listener. And I'm going to tell anybody watching my videos, if you're not a good listener, you will not learn this Bible. Because when I'm around my elders, you know what I do? I shut the fuck up. I don't say nothing. All I got to do is learn. The way you show your worth in this ministry is by doing the work. Not by, oh, I know this, and okay, you know it, but can you teach it? Can you lead people that you love to come to know it like you do? If you can't, lay your hand over your mouth. You don't know enough, right? But let's go to Ezekiel 37, and then we're going to read 12 through 16. Yes, sir. Ezekiel 37, 12 through 16. Now we're going to stay in this book a little bit because we need to illustrate that Israel is going to be reunited, both southern and northern kingdom. Because right now, although we are starting to gather together in small numbers, we largely are divided. And I'm gonna be honest, it's not for the same reason for every tribe. Because when I tell our Mexican brothers that we're the same people, you know what most of them say? You finally learned, huh? That's what most of them say. You finally caught on. Because y'all know that y'all are the same people as us. But most of the time, black folks, we think we're beyond everybody. That's why the Most High God has thrown egg on our face and setting us beneath everybody. See, the Most High God did a lot of this stuff on purpose. Because we want to extol ourselves over others, of our own people. The Most High God makes sure it's known that, okay, if you don't want to show mercy to your people and gather together, then I'm going to make sure that you're a pariah to everybody. Everyone's going to hate you. And that's exactly what happens. Everybody hates black people. And I don't blame them. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things that we do that are not likely, to say the least. But, all right, cool. So let's go ahead and get this. This is Ezekiel 37 and 12. Therefore prophesy and say unto them, thus saith the Lord God, behold, O my people, I will open your graves and cause you to come up out of your graves and bring you into the land of Israel. And ye shall know that I am the Lord, when I have opened your graves, O my people, and brought you up out of your graves. And I will put my spirit in you, and ye shall live, and I shall place you in your own land. Then shall ye know that I, the Lord, have spoken and performed it, saith Yahweh. So the Most High God is saying, hey, you're going to know that I'm the Lord when I start pouring my spirit into you and you wake up and you get your heritage back. And you're definitely going to know it when I send my son to redeem you out of the land of your captivity. Because you got to remember, in the day of visitation, the chariots are going to be sent out to gather the elect, the Israelites from all over the earth. And we're going to be brought back to Israel to come under something called the rod of the covenant, right? The rod of the covenant is just given the opportunity to come under the new covenant. And the reason why we have to be given that opportunity is there are people, although most of them aren't going to be here in America, but say you live in Fiji, an island that's like in the middle of the Pacific. Well, the chance of you hearing this word a lot is really low. But if you're an Israelite, you still got to hear it just the same. So you're going to come into the wilderness, and you're going to be given the chance to get on board or to not get on board. Now, I'm going to tell you, if you don't get on board, you're going to die. You know what I'm saying? But you're still going to be given a chance. Because guess what? Many of our people are given a chance here. They don't want to get on board. What's going to happen to them? They going to die. So nobody's getting a different, experience than any other Israelite. It's just everybody has to be given a chance, right?
Everyone's going to see that.
Correct. Everyone's given a chance. And if you don't want it, hey man, that's on you. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't change what God said that he wants you to do. Because if you were selected to even be an Israelite, you were pre-selected from the foundation of the world to be one of God's chosen. So to be one of the elect who's saved from the second death, you're of the chosen of the chosen. And then what if you're one of the 144,000 of the Israelites who go and follow the Lamb, Yahushua, wherever he goes? That means you're of the chosen of the chosen of the chosen. And then you have your 12 elders who are like the 12 apostles who are going to serve right up under Yahushua in his kingdom. You see how there's all these levels? But they all fall under Yahushua. And he falls under God. So I say all that to say this. None of you niggas who teach, including myself, has a right to tell any Israelite that you have authority over them. Because everybody has somebody over them. Everybody. None of us are better than the other. So until Yahushua comes and gives you your appointment, just do the work, man. You know what I'm saying? Just we can love one another and do the work. We ain't gotta, try to say we have more authority than one another. Just want to throw that out, right? But moving on. This is Ezekiel 37, and you know what? In verse 14, and shall put my spirit in you, and ye shall live, and I shall place you in your own land. Then shall ye know that I, the Lord, have spoken and performed it, saith the Lord. The word of the Lord came again unto me, saying, moreover, thou son of man, take thee one stick and write upon it, for Judah and for the children of Israel, his companions. Then take another stick and write upon it, for Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, and for all the house of Israel, his companions. So this stick is supposed to represent the southern kingdom, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. That's the southern kingdom. When Israel split, what happened was Solomon, when he became an old man, the son of David, right? He basically had 1,000 wives, right? He had a bunch of concubines. Concubines are basically wives that you take that are of other nations. It's a lesser wife. Because a wife, say like a wife of Israel, I can't divorce her unless she commits a sin worthy of being divorced. So if she commits adultery, sexual fornication, something like that. But if she don't do that, I cannot divorce her. Now, what if I have a concubine who's of another nation and she doesn't please me? I can get that bitch to boot. You see what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying that you should do that and make, just whoremonger like that. But if she tripping and y'all ain't seeing eye to eye, you don't have to go through all the rigmarole of trying to work things out.
Not to mention in the kingdom of heaven, why you gonna work something out with a woman that you have nothing in common with? Because you gotta think, you ain't gonna be dying no more, brother. So can you imagine? You 700 years old and she's 25. She's a woman in her sexual prime. Aside from her bearing children, what else do you really have in common? You see what I'm saying? So now it's a matter of, okay, does she please me or not? If she pleases me, hey, you could dwell in my house. What you need? But what if she all of a sudden she want to start bossing people around, acting a fool? Well, if she a heathen, I can go, hey man, get up out of here, man. But if she's one of my wives, who's an Israelite, I gotta be like, come on now, don't act like that. You know what I'm saying? You gotta work it out. Now in the kingdom, our women ain't gonna be tripping like that no more. And we're not gonna be tripping either. So we're gonna be able to truly meet eye to eye and love each other. That's something foreign right now to us. You know what I'm saying? Being able to have a woman dwell with you and y'all are on the same wavelength. It's very hard to have a woman where y'all are like seeing eye to eye on things. Y'all got time for the Bible tonight? A couple minutes? All right, y'all be safe out here. But yeah, man, it's very rare for us to have, you know, to be parallel with one another, right? And that's because of the curses of Deuteronomy 28. But in the kingdom, that's not going to be a problem. And your woman's going to understand that you need more than one wife. Because what if you want to have 500 kids? You want to have 500 sons, literally. Is one woman going to just sit on, like, pregnant, kid, then pregnant again, kid? It's like, no, she want to break. She going to be like, all right, I gave you 3, leave me alone for 10 years. You know what I'm saying? Because out of a 1,000-year lifespan, you think she wants to rear kids every year of her life? Probably not. Probably not. You know what I'm saying? But a heathen woman, she has a very defined window when she can have children. You see what I'm saying? So it's going to be different, right? But what we're seeing here is, we're seeing the southern and the northern kingdom being represented by the staff that's been broken into. What's going to happen is the stick is going to be joined back together. And that represents the reunification of all these tribes. Us coming together as a whole again. Right? Verse 17. And join them one to another into one stick, and they shall become one in thine hand. And when the children of thy people shall speak unto thee, saying, wilt thou not show us what thou meanest by these? Say unto them, thus saith the Lord God, behold, I will take the stick of Joseph, which is in the hand of Ephraim, and the tribes of Israel his fellows, and will put them with him, even with the stick of Judah, and make them one stick, and they shall be one in mine hand. Notice it changed to mine hand. God is saying, my portion is going to be unified again. See? A lot of people, they think it's just a matter of us being joined together for Yahushai's sake. We are God's people. And God wants us united. Just not yet. But there's going to come a time where we're going to be united. That's going to be a glorious time, man. Because I'm going to tell you, I know it sounds petty as fuck, but I don't care, right? I love me some Mexican food, bro. And I love me some Mexican women. Hey, it is what it is, man. And if I can have 100 wives, why not have shit, like a couple from each tribe? You know what I'm saying? I'm dead serious. And then when I come by your house, I'm literally your brother. Because can you imagine? You have a daughter, right? Your daughter's 200 years old. The Bible says that you will cease from being a child when you turn 100 in the kingdom of heaven. And imagine, you say, you know what? I want my daughter to have a righteous husband. Who do I choose? Well, my brother, Hayael, he lives in Judah. I think Issachar's to the north of Judah, right? So I have my brother Hayael, he lives to the south of me. And he's running, say, a passion fruit orchard. Like a whole forest where we grow passion fruit. And we need somebody to manage that land. Well, if I got a son, or say I got a daughter, and you got a son, and you go, you know what, I really want some passion fruits. I like your passion fruits, definitively. I want to make a business trust with you. I'm like, okay, cool. Let's write out a contract, and then I'm going to bring my daughter, you bring your son, and we're going to betroth them. Now they're to be married. And then once they do the deed, they're husband and wife,
And now I'm not just your friend anymore. What am I? I'm your brother-in-law. Now you see how you get closer and closer, and now you're a family again. You're a unit. We don't have that anymore. Because now, if I have a daughter, I let my daughter just go out and choose. And what do young kids do more than most people when they go to choose a mate? What are they fixated on and focused on? Physical, right? They're focused on the physical. A woman she's like, well, if he's not this tall, I don't want him. If you don't have this much amount of money, I don't want him. The man is like, well, shit, if she can't cook, I don't want her. If her butt ain't this big, I don't want her. You know, I'm just being real with you. We have very vain outlooks on people. The way it used to be is, as a man, I would go to a family and I go, sir, I would love to marry your daughter. And he would go, all right, come on, let's talk. Why do you want to marry my daughter? Who is your family? And then I will let him know, I'm Hayael, son of Ronald Benson. And I come from a long line of Savior Masons. I come from a long line of stonemasons. Here's some of our work. And if your daughter marries me, this is the land that we'll dwell in. This is our enterprise. And if the Most High God blesses the work of our hands, we'll have many children to continue on our business. And then you go, okay, I like it. You drive a really good car. So my daughter, she makes clothes for my household. And she brings in X amount of silver every month. Can you pay a dowry? I need you to pay 5 months in advance right now. So say I got to pay you 50 talents of silver. I give you the silver, you give me your daughter, she dwells with me, and then we have a marriage ceremony where we have a big party, and then after the party, I take her back to a place that's designated, and we would do the deed, or my son or your son or whatever. They would do the deed, and then they blink, they bring the the bed sheet out. It's gonna have blood on it. Why is it? She's a virgin. And she has to prove that she hasn't been given to any other man. Now you're starting to see this is all really like legal. This is like legalistic. Where's love in all this, by the way? Now you're starting to realize love ain't got nothing to do with it. That's why one of the things that you're ordered to do as a man of God is to love your wife as Christ loved the church. Yahushua didn't love the church simply because it did a lot of good things for him. The church is the body of Israel. He loved us while we were doing all types of fucked up stuff. That's why the Bible tells you you're not supposed to just leave your wife because you're not seeing eye to eye. You got to stick it out. I'm not trying to throw all my business out there, but my wife has been sick for a minute. And have there been moments where I wavered? Yeah. But I remember my covenant. I made a covenant. I promised I would be here. And guess where I'm going to be? If I can call myself a man, I will be there. Because I made a promise. That's how you're supposed to honor your parents. I'm not saying I'm perfect. Far from it. Right? However, the one thing a man should be known for is his word. If you give your word, that's it. And I'm going to give y'all women, if there are any women folk who watch my videos, I'm going to give you a secret today. If you want a man to act right, have another man of your family, talk to him in private, and make him swear. Swear in his own life. That's what happened to me. I had to promise. And because I gave that promise, I always remember it. I made it to another man to man. It's one thing to lie to a woman. And again, sisters, don't take offense. It is what it is, right? That's why you have pookies and players out here. Because lying to women, there's really no penalty for it. And I hate to say that. There should be a penalty. But the one thing that fucks with a man's spirit is when he lies to another man about an oath. It fucks with us. We don't like it. Especially in the family. Well, I mean, even friends, though, depending on how close you are. Yeah. But, yeah. It's like it's a steel trap you can't get out of. But also, that's why the Bible tells you not to make promises all the time. Because if you call yourself a man of character and you make promises, you're going to hold up them promises come hell or high water.
And that's why it tells you not to make promises with God, because God will hold you to the promises. But her uncle made me swear that I would take care of her. And I'm going to do that. So one of us ain't here no more. And I pray I go before she does. You see what I'm saying? So it's one of those things where you don't have to be the best man in the world. To all you women out there, you don't have to have the tallest, the richest, the best looking man. All you got to do is have a man who understands his promise. That's it. Well, I'm going to orient this right real quick. But we're almost done. You got a question, brother?
No.
Okay. Right. Damn. Uh-oh. Damn. All right. Damn, now we looking at the sky. All right, I'm trying to help y'all. Hold up. All right, I think that's good. Oh, yeah, that's much better. All right. All right. All right, let's go on with Ezekiel 37. So, this is Ezekiel 37 and 20. And the sticks whereupon thou writest shall be in thine hand before their eyes. And say unto them, Thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I will take the children of Israel from among the heathen whither they be gone, and will gather them on every side, and bring them into their own land. Now I want you to keep in mind the stages of this. We gather together, we wake up, the Most High God gives us our heritage back, we start repenting, keeping God's commandments, and then the Most High God sends the Messiah, and we're joined back together again. Right? And then we're brought back into our own land. Don't forget that. That's in verse 21. Verse 22. And I will make them one nation in the land upon the mountains of Israel. And one king shall be king to them all. And they shall be no more two nations. Neither shall they be divided into two kingdoms any more at all. Neither shall they defile themselves any more with their idols, nor with their detestable things, nor with any of their transgressions. But I will save them out of all their dwelling places, wherein they have sinned, and will cleanse them. So shall they be my people, and I will be their God. That's why it's important to understand the Old Testament when you go into the New Testament. Because this is spoken of in the New Testament. But if you don't understand who the players are in this, when it talks about the kingdom of heaven coming, you can't just say it's for everybody. Because that's what a lot of people like to say. Anybody who believes in Christ. That's not who it says it's for. Because the kingdom of heaven is for those who God says that they will be my people and I will be their God. And he's talking about the Israelites. Right? But let's go ahead and we're going to roll over. We just got that Ezekiel 37. Yeah, let's just keep reading. Verse 24. And David my servant shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd. They shall also walk in my judgments, and observe my statutes and do them. And they shall dwell in the land that I have given unto Jacob my servant, wherein your fathers have dwelt, and they shall dwell therein, even they and their children, and their children's children forever, and my servant David, their prince forever. Now, when it's talking about David, you got to remember, this is talking about Yahushua ruling forever. King David is going to be there, but the king who's going to be ruling is going to be Yahushua, because the promise that God made to David was that his son would sit upon the throne of Israel forever. And if that he sinned, he would be chastened with the rod of men. Well, you know the son of David was Solomon. And he went off in his old age and worshipped other gods. And he died in peace. But that regeneration, though. So if Solomon is Yahushua, did Yahushua really die without sin? Yes and no. His previous life, he did sin. Because he went off. But when you come back in the regeneration, there is no remembrance of things or times past. And not to mention, you get a clean slate. At least starting out in terms of that span, whether you sin or not. So you can have a perfect score for that life. But if you sin anytime during that life, you could be known as perfect in a moment. Like at that moment, you're perfect. But did you lead a life that was perfect? The only person who's ever done that we know of, is literally Yahushua. Now, are there other people called perfect in the Bible? Yes. Jacob was called perfect. Job was called perfect. The father of John the Baptist, Zacharias, was called perfect. So there are people who are perfect in the Bible. It's just, do we know if they led a whole perfect life? No. The only person that we know of that did that was Yahushua. Right? Arguably Abraham too, though, because God told Abraham to walk before him and be perfect. And as far as we know, Abraham never went off. So, but I don't know. So, verse 22. Actually, you know what? We're on 26. Verse 26. Moreover, I will make a covenant of peace with them. It shall be an everlasting covenant with them. And I will place them and multiply them, and will set my sanctuary in the midst of them forevermore. My tabernacle also shall be with them. Yea, I will be their people, and they shall be my people. And the heathen shall know that I, the Lord, do sanctify Israel, when my sanctuary shall be in the midst of them forevermore. Notice the heathen are now finally brought up. So are the heathen part of those of being God's people and God being their God? No. Because the heathen are going to come to us to learn of God. And then they're going to keep the laws. See, it's not that God is saying, you know what, I hate these people, fuck these people. No, the job to love these people from an authoritarian perspective, that's our job. You know this when you go work for a job. Have you ever met the district manager of your job? But you might have seen him. And if he says more than 2 words to you, it's probably not a good thing. Probably you're in trouble, right? Most of the time when you see upper management, it's when they're doing a walkthrough. That's every job. That's going to be the kingdom of heaven. You're going to have FaceTime with Yahushua. But you're going to have to put in appointments. Because he's a king. You don't just walk into the king's chamber and go, I got a question. You know what I'm saying? No one is that informal with a king. As a matter of fact, you can get put to death for that. You know what I'm saying? Try being somewhere you're not supposed to be, around like somebody who was high up in the political scale. You'll find yourself tackled by their Secret Service, by their police, by the guards of the estate. And the first thing they're going to ask you is, what are you doing here? When you go, well, I have a question, they're going to be like, yo, we have a whole process for you to submit for an audience. That's what it's called. You submit for time to be granted an audience. Where you come before the king, you give obeisance, whether you bow, you kneel, whatever, and then the king tells you, speak your piece. What do you want? And then you speak, and then the king gives you what he gives you. Whether he says no, yes, I don't like what you said, go to the dungeon, and it's on you. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, though, that's how it's going to be with the heathen. You're going to be back in the position of being a king again. And the heathen's not going to go, hey, Ernest. You're not going to hear, hey, anymore. You're going to hear, oh, my Lord, I have a question. If thou wilt grant me an audience. And you're going to be like, go ahead. Because you got to think. And I'm going to put it in perspective for the camera as well. Because a lot of times people think that this is like a pompous attitude. Can you imagine if you've been granted the ability to heal all earthly ailments? Say somebody is born with a missing leg, and their parents work on your plantation. And these people have served you for generations. And they just want an audience with you so that you can grant them healing for their daughter. Well, of course. You've served me for 500 years. What do you need? You might see them like crestfallen and sad. And you'll go, hey, what's going on? You know, what's got your countenance so low? And they'll tell you, man, you know, it's my daughter, my Lord. You know, her leg is broken. You know, she was injured while she was threshing corn, and her leg's broken. You know, and I don't know what to do. Now gangrene is setting in. She's got a fever. She's going to die. Well, it's nothing to you to solve it. So now it's just like, okay, well, I notice you're falling behind on your duties, so where your daughter at? And then they bring the daughter. You do your thing. She jumping for joy, crying. You're like, yeah, get back to work. You see what I'm saying? To you, it's Chess Tuesday. If you've ever seen Street Fighter the movie, they said something very poignant, right? The character Chun-Li in the movie, her father was killed by M. Bison. And he told her, the day your father died, that was the most important day of your life. It changed everything for you. But for me, it was Tuesday. Now, people think that's the coldest line ever, but it's not. Because to him, I'm a dictator all over the world. You think I give a fuck about one farm girl who lost a daddy? Now you're starting to see what it means to be empowered. Jake don't understand what that means anymore, but you're going to. And the Messiah himself told us, the least of us will have fame surpassing John the Baptist. You know how famous John the Baptist was during his heyday? Until Christ stepped on the scene, they thought he was Christ. Now imagine again, your servant coming to you and going, my Lord, I have a request. I humbly ask. Now you can just weigh like, hey man, I'm gonna weigh your record in the balance. You know what? Yeah, you've been doing a good job. Bring him in here. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's, again, it's not just to wield your power willy-nilly. Sometimes you're gonna have a wicked servant who comes before you. And you're gonna go, you know what? You don't deserve it, but I wanna prove it to you. I'm gonna give you what you're asking for, just to show you it's not what you want. Because you're gonna have wisdom beyond that of 100 years. Think about it. The full lifespan of a man is only 120 years. Now, what if you've got 3,000 years of experience? You know a problem backwards and forwards and upside down. Now you can weigh the lessons that you teach. Some people you teach harshly. Some people you teach in a benevolent fashion. Because you know how to make the most of your actions. That's what godhood is about. Now you're seeing what this is. These are instructions on how to be a god. And did you know the Bible says that the Israelites are gods? I'm going to show you where it's at. Go to Psalms 82. Psalms 82 and 6. I'm stepping away from the lesson for just a second. We're going to finish up. But this is something that you have to understand. Returning to harmony also means us returning to our godhood. See, there's levels to it. See, and one of the things that we don't quite understand is because we're trying to attach ourselves to the ways of the heathen. 82. 82 and 6.
Yeah,
So it should be LXXX and then II. But LXXX are 3 X's and then II. Alright? But one of the things that you're going to have to understand is that these heathen they often have something called a pantheon. A pantheon where you have many gods, but you have one that's at the top of the pantheon, and you have your major gods right beneath them, and you have your lesser gods, and then you have basically your demigods. They have God aspects, but they operate usually for a god, whether they're a lesser god or greater god. Okay? But there's a reason why the heathen have it like that. Because in the kingdom of heaven, isn't that what it's going to look like for them? You have the Most High God, who don't deal with the heathen at all. You have Yahweh Shai, who likely ain't going to be dealing with heathen for the most part, unless they're his own servants. And then you're going to have the Israelites under Yahweh Shai. So what if you're just a regular old heathen on a plantation somewhere? You're looking at all these Israelites. You don't know who's who. At least not beginning. Like in the beginning, no one's going to really know who's who. But once everything is 500 years into the future, they're going to be sitting in a classroom going, and this is Yahweh Shai, our king. And this is so-and-so who runs this, and this is so-and-so who runs that. And if you want something, you make a petition over here. It goes to this Israelite and that Israelite. You got to remember, to them, we are gods. I'm proving it. This is Psalms 82 and 6. I have said ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. But ye shall die like men, and fall like one of the princes. So while we're not in our godhood, we die just like everyone else. But when we're at the height of our power, we ain't sinning, so we ain't dying. But the heathen's still going to die, because they're still going to be sinning. God's not putting his laws in their inward part. Now,
I have a question. What if you have a heathen who never transgresses the law? Isn't that interesting? What if he doesn't transgress the law? You've been watching him. You have agents that you assign, like, man, this dude is on point. Somebody watch this nigga. You know what I'm saying? Because you're like, man, he can't be this cold. Somebody watch him. And you see him for all 120 years. He don't transgress. And what if he has children in your house? And they ain't transgressing either. And it goes on and on and on. Don't you reward that house? Yeah. Because they own their shit. Those are exemplary servants. And if you do exemplary work, you get an exemplary reward. See, that's one thing about our people. We're fair. We'll get on your ass if you deserve it, but we'll reward you if you deserve it too. That's the thing about God I love the most. He gives you what you deserve. And that's something that the other nations don't know how to do. That's why when I read that we are the gods of this earth, it gives me comfort, because I realize all the imbalances that we see, it's not going to be forever. Eventually, this world is going to be back the way it's supposed to be, right? All right, but let's keep on so we can finish up. Let's go ahead and go to Romans 9 and 24 through 27, right? So we just read that Israel is going to be reunited and that we are the gods of this earth and we're going to be raised up. Oh, man, did I rip my Romans 9? I did. I'm just going to tape it up, man. I got a Franken Bible, man. Anyway, let's get this. This is Romans. Oh, you don't got it? No. Go ahead. I want you to get it. And then the letters of Paul are behind the apostle. This is Romans 9 and 24. Oh, shit. I think I turned the page over. There we go. Romans 9 and 24. Even us, whom he hath called, not of the Jews only, but also of the Gentiles. And he said also of Hosea, I will call them my people, which were not my people, and her beloved, which was not beloved. And it shall come to pass, that in the place where it was said unto them, ye are not my people, there shall they be called the children of the living God. Now, I'm going to show you what he's talking about when he says Hosea. We're going to go to Hosea. So we're going to go to Hosea 1 and 10. And it's going to basically say what Paul is referring to in Romans 9. Again, because he's talking about Gentiles, if you don't understand this in Hosea, it's going to be really easy to be misguided in thinking that he means everybody. And he doesn't. That's why he immediately started talking about Israelites, referring to this in Hosea 1, and we're going to read it. This is Hosea, chapter 1, and we'll start at 9. Then said God, call his name Lo-Ammi, for ye are not my people, and I will not be your God. Yet the number of children of Israel, or yet the number of the children of Israel, shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass, that in the place where it was said unto them, ye are not my people, there it shall be said unto them, ye are the sons of the living God. Then shall the children of Judah and the children of Israel be gathered together, and appoint themselves one head. Don't that sound familiar? It should. Now you're starting to get it. Because when you read this in the New Testament, they were preaching this to an audience who knew this already. So they didn't try to explain it because they assume if you're reading the New Testament, you already know the Old. But see, here in today's society, most people reading the New Testament, they never even read the Old Testament. And that hurts them, right? Damn, I was hoping she was going to come this way. Either way. Verse 10, yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass, that in the place where it was said unto them, ye are not my people, there it shall be said unto them, ye are the sons of the living God. Then shall the children of Judah and the children of Israel be gathered together, and appoint themselves one head, and they shall come up out of the land. For great shall be the day of Jezreel. And that's another name for Israel. Right? Jezreel. Right? So you see that even in Romans, the New Testament, he's still referencing things that you have to know in the Old Testament. Right? But Romans 9:27. Wait, yeah, cool. Esaias, which is Isaiah. Isaiah also crieth concerning Israel. Though the number of the children of Israel be as the sand of the sea, a remnant shall be saved. Now I want to call attention to what it says next to it in the superscript. Right here. You see how he references Isaiah right there, or Esaias? And then he puts Isaiah 10, 22 and 23. If you read that, it's going to tell you that. That's all right? So, we see that a remnant of our people are going to be saved. And it's going to be said that we're not the children of God, only for it to be exclaimed when the Most High God shows his mighty works throughout the earth, that we are his children, right? All right, so let's go ahead and go to Deuteronomy 30 and 1 through 9, right? Because you have to understand, the things that we've read, whether it was in Hosea, Romans, Ezekiel, it was all said in the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible. Right? There's a reason why. If you know only the Torah, and I'm talking about you know the Torah like the back of your hand, chances are you could like do enough of them. Actually, I'm going to be honest. You could definitely receive salvation. Because did you know even Yahushua is prophesied of in the Torah? Yeah. I'm going to show you. It's in Deuteronomy 28. Actually, I'm sorry, 18. I'm going to show it to you right now. All right, so hold that and then go to Deuteronomy 18. All right? And then go to verse 18 as well. So 18 and 18. Because aren't we required to believe in Jesus Christ to receive salvation? We have to believe on him, right? Got it? Yes, sir. This is Deuteronomy 18 and 18. I will raise up them a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee, and will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command. So, if you stop right there, that could be any prophet. Because the prophets, they say what God tells them to say. Well, let's look at that next verse, right? Because it's going to tell us that this one is different. And it shall come to pass that whosoever will not hearken unto my words, which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him. So, this prophet that's being spoken of here, you have to believe on him specifically. Now, is that to say that you shouldn't believe on somebody like Paul? No. Or not believe in Zechariah and what he said? No. Right? Each prophet had their respective office, and they were given revelations by God to direct our people. However, is it necessary to believe in Zechariah, Paul, John the Baptist for salvation? No, it's not. The only prophet that you're required to believe in for salvation's sake is Yahushua. But what did Yahushua say? He said, on the 2 commandments that he gave, hang all the law. So if you believe in Yahushua, then who else you got to believe in? The rest of the prophets. Because where did the law come from? Moses. So you got to believe the first 5 books of the Bible. And then if you want to take into account our history and the things that God has done for us, then you got to read the rest of the prophets. There's no way out. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Oh no, man, I'm good. I'm trying to conserve spit. Some out of water is
Shit.
but all right. So yeah, let's go back to Deuteronomy 30. We're almost done, man. All right. Let me know when you're ready. You got it? This is Deuteronomy 30:1. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee, and shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice, according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, that then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity, and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. Don't this sound familiar? God is literally saying that when the blessings and the curses have come upon you, when you've been on top of the world and on the bottom of the world, there's going to come a time where you're going to repent, you're going to return unto me, and I'm going to come get you. That's the whole Bible. So, this is one of the reasons why the Bible is undefeated, because of prophecy. That's the thing that makes us say the Bible is the ultimate book, because there are prophecies in this book that told us who was going to be the leaders after the Babylonians, after the Persians and the Medes, after the Greeks, after the Romans, and the rebirth of the Romans. There are prophecies for all those things which came to pass, and they were all written before it all happened. That's why we always ask, okay, if I'm to believe the Quran for Islam, what prophecies are there in the Quran that I can look at and see were fulfilled in the world and they were written before it ever happened? And that's where they can't do that, because the Quran was written 600 years after the Bible. So that would be like you writing a book on, say you wrote a book on cosmology and the stars, and that book was lost, or nobody had read it, and you found the book and you rewrote it, and then you claimed credit for everything that was written in that book. Although you might get some credit from some people, are you the originator of that information? No, because you plagiarized. That's all the Quran is. It's a plagiarization of the Bible. That's why even the Quran says that the children of Israel are Allah's favorite, and that the prophethood belongs to them. So, but either way, right? Verse 4, if any of thine be driven out unto the outermost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee, and the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers. And the Lord thy God will circumcise thine heart, and the heart of thy seed. Now, you remember when it said that he would put his laws in our inward parts? Don't that sound familiar? He's going to circumcise our hearts. So, you literally have the new covenant right here. See, once you understand what all those things are, when you come back and read all this in the first 5 books of the Bible, you realize, although this is all the rest is necessary, you could read the first 5 books of the Bible and have enough. You see what I'm saying? So when the Bible is given to us for our learning, it's more than enough. So my question is to everybody who's trying to go outside of the Bible, why do you need to do that? You don't need to do that. You can. There's nothing wrong with reading a history book. Nothing wrong with it. But if you're not consulting the Bible first, that's your first mistake. You're trying to have a man explain to you something that God already explained to his prophets. Right? Verse 7. Actually, you know what? Verse 6. And the Lord thy God will circumcise thy heart, and the heart of thy seed, to love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, that thou mayest live. And the Lord thy God will put all these curses upon thine enemies, and on them that hate thee, which persecuted thee. So now I have another question. If salvation is for everybody, and part of our salvation is being taken out of captivity, put back in our own land, and the curses that were upon us being put on our adversaries, how do they get to escape the curses? By having salvation. They don't. They don't, right? Because if us being liberated from them is our salvation, they have to get the curses back in return. Because part of the blessing of Abraham is blessed are those that bless thee, and cursed are those that curse him. We're going to go over that too, right? Because we're not done getting all the way up to Esau. I haven't forgot about that, right? But, and I'm talking to my camera in this case. This is something that you have to understand and you have to know. One of the things that happened last week is we had an Ishmaelite stop. And we had a good conversation just trying to be friendly. However, the thing you have to understand from the biblical perspective is that they are not Israelites. They do not have a claim to the land of Israel. They do not have a claim to the blessings that were given to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They have to understand that. Their blessing was to have 12 princes. They have that. To be made a mighty nation. They have that. They also had the children of Israel in slavery. They did that. So now it's time for them to pay up. It doesn't mean they're going to disappear. It doesn't mean that they're going to be punished forever. It just means that when slavery comes around for all the nations, they're in line with all the heathen, building the kingdom of heaven. We built their empires. Now it's time for them to build ours. Right? Verse 8, and thou shalt return and obey the voice of the Lord, and do all his commandments, which I command thee this day. And the Lord thy God will make thee plenteous in every work of thine hand, and the fruit of thy body, and in the fruit of thy cattle, and in the fruit of thy land, for good. For the Lord will again rejoice over thee for good, as he rejoiced over thy fathers. So just as men like King David, King Solomon, got to rule over the entire earth and have all the heathen in subjection to them, that's what the kingdom of Yahushua is going to be about. And that's going to be a never-ending kingdom. And after 1,000 years of hardcore servitude, they're going to return back to their own lands, and this world is going to be a paradise. Everyone's going to be happy. But the children of Israel, we're going to be back in God's good graces. Now, do we know what happens after that first 1,000 years? No. Because the world's going to be basically on its own. I mean, we're still going to be ruling, but you're not going to have to be going from nation to nation making sure they worship God. Because they're going to know without a shadow of a doubt the only real God that exists is Yahweh. And they're going to be willing to serve. So if you ain't got to do all that, that opens up your itinerary, does it not? So that means God can give you other duties. And didn't Yahushua say, my Father has many mansions? If it were not so, I would not have told you. But what does that even mean? What is a mansion to the Most High God when the earth is his footstool? So if the earth is God's footstool, then what is a solar system to the Most High God? A house? How about a galaxy? Is that a mansion? And then he has many mansions. So I can go to another mansion if I want to? Who knows? This is what we're trying to work toward. The kingdom of heaven is far more than we could ever imagine. But it starts with you waking up and keeping God's laws. Because there's an order to all this. There's order. We're almost done, brother. My feet hurting too, man. Shit, I'm right there with you. Let's go to Deuteronomy. Oh, man, that's long too. Oh. You know what? Let me look this over real quick. I'm trying to see if we really need to read this. Lord, have mercy. I'm trying to read 35 to 43. You know what? Fuck it. Go to Deuteronomy 32. In verse 35. Should be like 2 pages. I wrote it down, so we're going to read it. Yes, 32 and verse 35. It should be on the bottom right. Cool. This is Deuteronomy 32 and 35. To me belongeth vengeance and recompense. Their foot shall slide in due time, for the day of their calamity is at hand. And the things that shall come upon them make haste. So the Most High God prophesied through Moses that we would slide and we would backslide into breaking his laws, worshiping other gods, and we would go into captivity. Again, this is another instance of God saying, hey, look, I know everything looks good now, Moses, but as soon as you die, you know how these people are. When Moses came down from the mountain, talking face to face with the Most High God, our people were worshiping an idol, the golden calf. Moses wasn't even dead yet. They thought he was dead. But the moment they thought he was dead, you know how it is. Mexican kids, when they think they're home alone, you come back, the whole house be fucked up. Same thing with black he is. Same thing with all of us. Because we're the same people, right? So when Moses came down off the mountain, he was furious because he was like, yo, what are y'all doing? I'm literally talking with God and y'all are here worshiping an idol. And by the way, you know, God had to tell Moses to hurry up and get back to him because they were worshiping an idol. Can you imagine? You're talking to your boss of bosses of bosses. You're trying to set the best impression. And after having a hearty discussion, you get your mission and he goes, by the way, I checked the security camera and your employees are having sex in the break room, so you might want to go handle it. Can you imagine how angry you'd be? And you know that because of them, you could get a death sentence. And he just tells you, hey, I just heard it, you know, through the grapevine, you know what I'm saying? You might want to get a handle on it before something bad happens. I don't know what's going to happen, you know what I'm saying? But something bad happens. Knowing full and hell well that because of that, you all might be put to death. That's what Moses had to go through. But the Most High kept letting Moses know, hey, look, man, I know the way it looks, but the moment you're not even looking at these people, they're going to do what they do. It is what it is. Verse 36, for the Lord shall judge his people and repent himself for his servants when he seeth that their power is gone, and there is none shut up or left. So the Most High God was going to put us in a state of perdition or suffering. He was going to watch until we were no longer able to fight back. Ain't that how you make your kids submit? They throw a tantrum, and then you punish them. And then when you see that they've calmed down, you know, they're not hysterical and crying anymore, and now you can talk to them. Now you go in and you administer the lesson. That's what God is doing, right? Verse 37, and he shall say, where are their gods, their rock in whom they trusted, which did eat the fat of their sacrifices, and drank the wine of their drink offerings? Let them rise up and help you, and be your protection. See now that I, even I, am he, and there is no God with me. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand. So the Most High God is letting it be known. He's going to look. And when we have no more fight left in us, and our enemies are about to crush us, he's going to go, how'd that work out? Where's your God at? And you were calling on those idols. Where are they at? I'm here, though. You going to call on me? And guess what he's hoping you do? You call on him. That's why he's back. Because if he didn't want to talk to you, he wouldn't see him. He wouldn't talk to you anymore. This is something that you heathen have to understand. The Most High God, he turned his face from us, but he didn't just leave us. Because I'm going to tell you, between lead in the water, jabs, you know, the needles and shit, you know you get 8 jabs when you're born as a baby. Did you know that? Before you even leave the hospital, you get all those damn inoculation shots. That's why you have a rise of, autism. You know what I'm saying? They say they used to be 1 in 1,000. No, shit. Let me get this right. So I remember the statistics were at one point it was 1 in about 250,000 people had autism. And then it became 1 in 1,000. Now it's like 1 in every 100. Because they're doing so many shots on these kids. Not to mention kids regress. So say you have a 3-year-old. Some of these shots will cause your kid to become nonverbal. They literally regress. And they have, you know, how can I say this? Acute symptoms of Down syndrome, right? So now you're seeing our strength is starting to falter. And that's exactly why now the Most High God is raising up his prophets. Because now our people have no more strength. And a lot of our people, when they see this, literally, like they might walk up to you in body, but in spirit they crawl to you. There's nothing left. And then you give them their heritage, and you can see it's like water. And they're like, oh, thank you. You know what I'm saying? I know that's what I did. It was like water in the desert. I was like, oh, thank you. I knew there was something more to this life. There just had to be. Because it seemed like all this life was suffering. But now I know there's something greater than me. And it's coming right around the corner. And guess what? You've been through it, and I've been through it. Life after life after life after life. Suffering, suffering, suffering for thousands of years. And it just happens in episodes.
born, you probably get a good 50, 60 years. If you got a lot of life in you, 90 to 100 years. Then you die, you get your judgment, you rest a little bit, then you get thrown right back to the wolves. Over and over and over again. Now we're at the end. And God kept you the whole time. And every time your strength was gone, you know who he sent? He sent a helper. Whether it was somebody like me to tell you, hey man, come learn about this book. Or somebody who just sits down next to you. You don't even know who he is. He just talks to you. He says all the right things. Then he disappears. You never see him again. I know you've run into a few people like that. I've run into people like that. And I showed you in the Bible, in Hebrews 13, verses 1 through 3, you entertain angels unaware all the time. And they guide you along the path. Whenever something beyond your control is about to happen, the Most High God might send a helper to keep you on path. But what if something is supposed to come along and take you off the path? Then you won't get a helper. Now you see the difference. Right? But we're almost done. Right? Verse 40. For I lift up my hand to heaven, and say I live forever. If I whet my glittering sword, and mine hand take hold on judgment, I will render vengeance to mine enemies, and will reward them that hate me. I will make mine arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh, and that which the blood of the slain, and of the captives, from the beginning of revenge is upon the enemy. Rejoice, O ye nations, with his people. Now I want you to catch that. It's saying, rejoice, O ye nations, with his people. Who are the people who have us in their hands? Are they friends? No, they're the heathen. So God is saying, hey, this is for you, right? Rejoice, O ye nations, with his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants, and will render vengeance to his adversaries, and will be merciful unto his land and to his people. Now, where does it say that God is going to be merciful to those enemies that have his people in their hand? It don't say it at all, does it? Now you're starting to see all the judgments. And I know a lot of times we go overboard as if we're going to do the judgments ourselves. I will admit, some of us speak as men, we speak passionately, but we need to understand that this is the judgment and the vengeance of God. Now, is God going to use us to take that vengeance? Yes, because he's going to lay his vengeance upon these nations by the hand of his children Israel. We'll cover that later. That's the part I hope I get to be a part of, right? But should we be basically warmongering right now? No, because that's not our job. Just period, point blank. That's not our job, right? Right. So let's go to 1 Corinthians 12 and 12 through 14. So we're going to look at the body of Israel restored, right? We're almost done, y'all. We are almost finished. I think this is the first lesson I finished in almost about 6 months, bro. I'm so happy. This is a lesson I don't have to sit down and do all over again as a sit-down lesson. Yes, sir. 12 and 12 to 14. Right? Because we have to understand, with the body of Israel being unified, it's not just the body of Israel being unified, but the body of Yahushua being unified. Right? This is 1 Corinthians 12 and 12. For as the body is one, and hath many members. You got it? Go. I was on the first one. So, you're going to learn who Paul wrote to. This is the letters from him to the church of Corinth, to the Israelites. All right. 1 Corinthians 12 and 12. For as the body is one, and hath many members, and all the members of that one body being many, are one body also is Christ. For by one Spirit are we all baptized into one body, whether we be Jews or Gentiles, whether we be bond or free, and have been all made one, or been made to drink into one our spirit. Salaki, I'm going to say it again. And have been all made to drink into one spirit. For the body is not one member, but many.
So just as I'm here on this corner preaching the gospel, there's brothers on other corners all throughout the world contributing to this weight. We are all part of the body of Yahushua, even if we have differences between us, right? But when Yahushua comes, he's going to level all those differences, right? And we're about to see that. Actually, are you serious? I didn't put that in my lesson. Man. I gotta get it. Damn it. So I said that Yahushua is going. Yahushua is going to put us all on the same page. Right? Go to Isaiah 52. After this, we got one more set of scripture, but we're going to get this because this is literally the scripture I wanted to make my lesson after. You know, the harmonization of the Israelites as a nation. And one scripture I read that inspired the lesson. I didn't even put it in the damn lesson. Yeah, 52 should be L-I-I. And start at verse 6. And we're going to read till 8. This is Isaiah 52 and 6. Therefore my people shall know my name. Therefore they shall know in that day that I am he that doth speak. Behold, it is I. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him that bringeth good tidings, that publisheth peace, and that bringeth good tidings of good, and publisheth salvation, that saith unto Zion, thy God reigneth. Thy watchmen shall lift up the voice. With the voice together shall they sing, for they shall see eye to eye, when the Lord shall bring again Zion. That's when all these different camps, all these different groups doing this work, we will see eye to eye, and we will be arm in arm doing the work. Because Yahushua is going to come and go, this is how you properly keep the Sabbath. So those of y'all who think Friday, Saturday, or if you think lunar is right, if we're wrong, we're going to all have the right breakdown of that day. Those of you who believe, who, you know, some people don't believe if you have a non-Israelite mother, you're an Israelite. Yahushua is going to go, hey, I don't care what you believe. They're Israelites. They're Israelites by the seed of your father. And in that day, they're going to go, ayah. You know what I'm saying? Yes, sir. You know, whatever. It's going to be a matter of anything that is a wrinkle or a crease within the orderly structure of Israel is going to be made smooth. You're not going to have anybody having disputations about how you interpret scripture anymore, because you're going to be able to ask, hey, Yahushua, what do I do with this? Or you can go to an elder. Like, think about it. Say you're reading the book of Paul and you don't quite understand it as a heathen. Paul's going to be in the kingdom of heaven. Hey, you know, my Lord, I have a question. When you said this here, what do you mean by that? And he can give the breakdown on it. You see what I'm saying? So everything is going to be made plain. But most of all, Israelites, we're going to be on the same level playing field. It's going to be a beautiful day because we're going to truly be a family again. That's one thing in Israel right now. There's a lot of contention about a lot of different things, right? People want to disavow certain prophets. They want to interpret certain laws a certain way. Hey, don't sweat it. Just keep doing the work. And in time, it'll all be made plain, right? All right. Lastly, let's go to Revelations 21 and 1 through 7. These are my favorite scriptures, but it's part of my lesson anyway because it talks about us being unified, made new, reunited, and established as a kingdom forever. Let's read. This is Revelations 21 and 1. And I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there were no more sea. And I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down from God out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a great voice out of heaven saying, behold, the tabernacle of men, or behold, the tabernacle of God is with men, and he will dwell with them, and they shall be his people, and God himself shall be with them, and be their God. And God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes,
And there shall be no more death, neither sorrow, nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away. And he that sat upon the throne said, Behold, I make all things new. And he said unto me, Write, for these words are true and faithful. And he said unto me, It is done. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I will give unto him that is athirst of the fountain of the water of life freely. He that overcometh shall inherit all things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son. And with that, y'all, I would like to say shalom. Call halal Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai. This is Haya El signing off on the San Antonio Riverwalk. Kwam Yasharala and Abad Babal. All praises, y'all. We finished the lesson. Yeah, but.